I'm not sure whether the bells have gone and I'm going deaf, but welcome to the Planning and Development Committee meeting of the Toowoomba Regional Council. The meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I would like to thank all of you in the room today and acknowledge everyone that's watching online via Council's social media channels. I welcome the Mayor, the Portfolio Leader, Councillor Carl, the CEO, Brian Pidgeon, General Manager Summers, Planning and Development Group. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guybil and Jarrawa peoples, and pay our respects to elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, the rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. So, item number 2 is the attendance and leave of absence and declarations of conflict of interest. Do I have Councillor Taylor? Were you declaring a conflict of interest today?
Yes, I am. Yes, I may or may not have material personal interest in item.
Number 10, is it?
I haven't got it up yet.
Number 10?
Thank you. Number 10. Thank you, Madam Chair. I own a boarding kennel at Valeview, and I may or may not I own a boarding kennel, CNR, Boarding Kennels and Cattery, and one of the activities of the RSPCA is a boarding kennel run with volunteers. So I will be leaving the room for that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor.
I'd like to have that pulled out so that I can leave the room.
Okay, lovely. Thank you. Okay, so we move to item number 3, which is a public consultation of proposed amendment number 20 to Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme. So we have Fanoush is going to speak to us about that today. Thank you, Fanoush.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow officers. The report before you considers the outcomes of public consultation and submissions received for proposed amendment number 20 to the planning scheme, proposed amendment number 5 to planning scheme policy number 6, heritage places, and amendment number 4 to planning scheme policy number 7, neighbourhood character places. Council at its ordinary meeting on 17th of December 2019 proposed these 3 amendments. The changes proposed by these 3 amendments are general amendments to the planning scheme, which include changes to when earthworks for water storages within a rural zone and related to a rural activity are assessed by council, zone changes to reflect specific property matters, variation approvals, logical extensions to existing land uses, and approved council master plans, amendments to improve the design of driveway crossovers, particularly commercial driveway crossovers, amendments to the heritage overlay to align with the State Heritage Register, and introduction of a transport noise corridor mapping layer. Amendment number 5 to planning scheme policy number 6 includes amendment of the lots included on the list of local heritage places to align with the State Heritage Register listing. And amendment number 4 to planning scheme policy number 7 includes removal of a lot from the list of neighbourhood character places. The amendments were publicly notified between 25th of September to 26th of October 2020 in accordance with the requirements of Minister Guidelines and Rules and the Planning Act 2016. In addition, all the landowners affected by the amendment were notified by mail. 2 submissions were received during the public consultation period. A summary of the 2 submissions and officers' consideration of the submissions can be found under attachment number 3, submissions report. One of the submissions was an internal one recommending incorporating an Australian standard for the protection of the street trees. The other submission was about proposed zone changes to a few lots within Gary Junction as part of the Toowoomba Region Sports Precinct project. This report recommends the amendment to be modified to reference Australian Standard 4970/2009 in the Assessment Benchmarks of Works and Services Code and Transport Access and Parking Code. It is noted that the proposed changes will not make the amendment significantly different from the version for which public consultation has been undertaken. In summary, this report recommends that Council considers the submissions and modify the amendment in response to the issues raised. It is also recommended that Council gives notice to the Minister of the public consultation process and that 2 submissions were received during the public consultation period and to seek approval to adopt Amendment Number 20 to the planning scheme. The amendments will be presented to the Council to consider for adoption once ministerial approval is received for Amendment Number 20. It is noted that ministerial approval is not required for Council to adopt the proposed amendments to the planning scheme, to the planning scheme policy. However, it is proposed that Council consider adoption of all three amendments at the same time due to the relationships between the amendments. Thank you.
Well done, Fanouche. Are there any questions, comments? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through to you to Famouche. Thank you, Famouche. I just wanted to check on a couple little things on page 142 of our report on the heritage overlay. There's an addition to the heritage overlay. It's lot 15 on D1062. Looks to be Russell Street to me, a property in Russell Street. And I just wondered if that was correct. What physical location it is. It's got lot 1, D1062, page
142, yeah.
126. So, I guess for you.
What is that?
So go here, Wendy. Sorry about that.
It's in the maps, yeah.
Attachment 7 of 9. Map number 2 on that. Maybe something you need to get back to us rather than have the answer now.
Just repeat your question. What was it again?
The question was, I just wanted to know if it looks to be Russell Street, just by the looks of the map there, and what building that actually was.
I will have to ask either Heath or Michelle to answer that.
Thank you, Famouche.
Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is a property in Russell Street. It is part of the Rose complex of buildings. There was a discrepancy between the listing of properties within, there's a table that lists all of the heritage properties within the planning scheme, and then they are then mapped. The list contains this property, but the map didn't show it. So basically the amendment makes sure that the map and the list are corresponding to one another.
Okay, I'm just conscious, through you, Madam Chair, just conscious of the work being done down there, and obviously the landowner would have been notified, as Famouche said.
That's correct, yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Just a second one, if I could. And it's in regard to page 143, so the next map, in fact, makes it easier. And it's around the consistency, I guess, aligning the adding the heritage to Picnic Point and the tourist road, the trees up the road there. I was just wondering, this may be a question through to GM Nick, in fact, I'm not sure, but what effect does this have, if any, on our current situation in regard to what we do on that site? Is there anything different that we need to add, or is it that it was always heritage listed, we just didn't have it on our map?
That's correct. It was heritage listed. It was state heritage listed. And what this amendment purpose is to align the local heritage list with the state heritage register to avoid confusion. Okay. And that's all. That's this amendment is proposing.
That's a correction of our mapping to align with the state.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Okay, so the recommendation is there before you, councillors. Can I have Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could just do a follow-up to Councillor Jebb. He did say, does that make any difference to how that facility and avenue is treated? Is by putting it on our register as well, does that increase restrictions on what can be done, or is it exactly the same status?
So what I can say is that the planning scheme states that where an area is heritage listed by the state, the local heritage requirements don't apply. So even if we add this to our list of local heritage places, it doesn't increase any requirements or restrictions.
Happy with that, Councillor Summerfield? Yep. And Councillor Shine?
Thank you. Just if you go to page 2, there's a property at 15 Goswick Street, Newtown. Could you explain what's happening there?
15 Godswick Street?
15 Gostwick.
Yes, so it was previously listed in the neighborhood character places, but now it's been redeveloped as townhouses, and there are units there, so it's not considered a neighborhood character place anymore. So we have to remove it from that list.
And so it was able to be redeveloped, notwithstanding it was in a heritage character place. Is that right?
I will have to ask either Heath or Michelle to give you more details.
Yes, so the property is within the neighbourhood character overlay, and the requirements of that overlay would have been considered when a development application was made to develop that site, and was considered on balance that the development should proceed. So, the property remains within the overlay. It's no longer listed as a character place.
If I could.
Go, Councillor Shane, yep.
On page 18 and surrounding pages, it refers to a change of zoning, I think. I'm just wondering, are the submitters there entitled to claim compensation as a result of what's happening there?
So this is in reference to the changes that are happening in the Charlton Sports Park precinct. Are they the affected properties?
Get it up.
So the compensation provisions of the Planning Act would apply. Whether or not they would be successful in seeking compensation, they would need to address a number of matters to be able to seek compensation, but those requirements would apply to this, yes.
On page 59, it refers to a property at Ramsay Street. Is that the property owned by council, which has been the nursery?
Sorry, I'm not familiar with that one. I'm getting a nod from the back of the room to confirm, yes, that is correct.
Do you know why that's being changed?
No, I'm not. If I could, Madam Chair, if I could ask the Senior Planner from Development Assessment to come on.
Thank you, Peter.
Mr Swan was working with strategic planning when this amendment was put together, and so he's across the full detail there.
Through you, Madam Chair. What's being undertaken on the site, the former nursery, has been moved out to the Charlton Depot. Property services were looking at reuse of the site, and given the location and the surrounding properties and the recent Amendment 16, it was determined that rezoning the property to it's low. Is it low, medium or low? I'm a bit out of the amendment myself, but rezoning the property for residential purposes for future sale was the way forward.
Okay. Perhaps while you're there, just page 60, just wondering, you have a look at that map there. It's hard for me to work out where that property is because it doesn't, the lines sort of show a property just below. Perhaps there might be another map that see, but I'm just wondering if you could tell us what is happening there, if you've got access to page 60.
60, what's on that, Stuart?
Brook Street.
Brook Street. Yep. Okay. So Brook Street is in relation to a compensation claim, a separate compensation claim that is being settled partly by rezoning this as in industry.
So what's happening from changing from what to what?
From open space to industry. To industry.
Industry.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It's big, in 2012, or that planning scheme, that was when the development application was made that brought in the compensation provisions at that time. We now 8 to 10 years down the track, but this is part of settling that matter.
There I see. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Carl.
If there's no more questions, Madam Chair, I'm happy to move.
Okay. So Councillor Carl's moved, Councillor Antonio has seconded. All those in favour? It's carried. Item number 4, councillors, is the amendment number 24, which is the interim local government infrastructure plan amendment to the Toowoomba Regional Council planning scheme. Damien Rigby.
Good morning. So the purpose of the report is to consider submissions received to Amendment Number 24, Interim Local Government Infrastructure Plan LGIP Amendment to the Toowoomba Regional Planning Scheme, and to adopt the amendment. So to assist the councillors, we've done the identification of close associates. That's attachment 1. A table of involved parties. So previously the proposed amendment came up to the ordinary meeting on the 15th of September 2020. The purpose of the amendment is to modify relevant parts of the LGIP within the planning scheme to identify existing stormwater infrastructure, trunk infrastructure, and also to include the methodology around that mapping in the extrinsic materials. The amendment was publicly notified between the 12th and the 30th of October 2020, and we received just one submission. Submission report has been prepared, and it's within attachment 2. So the recommendation within the report is that Council consider the properly made submission in the submissions report in attachment 2. Part 2, following consideration of the item 1, endorse the response in the submission report, and that Council adopt Amendment Number 24 to the planning scheme.
Thanks, Digby. Any questions, comments, councillors? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick question, Damien. In regard to Appendix A, which talks about desired standards of service, and it mentions a little bit about green infrastructure, I guess, not a hell of a lot. I just wondered whether those desired standards of service have changed over time, or are they due to review?
The desired standards of service are due to review. It's not part of this amendment, but we're currently undertaking the LGIP review, so it's something that will be part of the next LGIP.
The next phase?
Yeah, yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Damien, who I just called Digby for some reason, just amalgamating your first and your second names for some reason. Any other questions for Damien? No? Okay, Councillor Carl?
No, if there's no other...
Oh, you're going to move.
Happy to move.
Recommendation, good on you. We're going on a well-worn pattern. So Councillor Carl moves, Councillor O'Shea seconds. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you very much, Damien. Item number 5 is the City Centre Master Plan Community Engagement. Anne, is Anne going to speak to us, or Michelle? Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Good morning, Chair. The report before you this morning relates to the City Centre Master Plan review, and it relates to the engagement report. So earlier this year, Council undertook a major 10-year review of the City Centre Master Plan. As you will be aware, the plan itself has a much longer time frame, 20 years, so this is essentially a mid-term review. And the report outlines the feedback that was being received through that engagement process and summarises that here today for you. The outcomes of the review will actually help to inform the next phase of work, which will be proposed for next year's program, which will include a review and further action plan for the next 10 years to determine those priorities. The key things of note in relation to the outcomes of the review was that the engagement activities were undertaken during COVID, and as a result of that, there was some significant amount of digital engagement that has challenged us, but also brought through some new opportunities, particularly in terms of our demographic reach, and so we have seen some change through that process. The high-level priorities that emerged from that review included increasing housing diversity and affordability, expanding our public and active transport choices in the CBD, and enabling increased actification and vitality of public spaces. The outcomes of the review are presented for your noting, and the second part of that recommendation is that as part of next year's program development and considering of budget, that Council consider budget allocation at that time through that process to prepare the implementation plan that will guide the next 10 years.
Thanks, Michelle. Any questions or comments for the officer? Councillor Shine?
I just can't remember, that it probably did refer to previous reviews that were taken in the past, previous 10 years or whatever it might have been. Do we have a study or results of what has been implemented as a result of a previous review? You know, how many recommendations have been adopted in the past? The concern, I suppose, is that you do sit there and be on a shelf and nothing much happens as a result of it. And I'm just wondering what the success rate has been in terms of implementing recommendations in the past.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Shine. Councillor Shine, this is the first comprehensive review that's been undertaken of the City Centre Master Plan since adoption in 2010, and through this process, as part of the engagement, we've been able to identify the extensive implementation of the plan that's occurred to date, something like over $800 million of investment in the CBD from both private and council initiatives. That extends from everything through strategy development around particularly the laneways and public art that have informed some of the newer laneways that have been developed, including the recent opening of Margaret Street or Carnival Lane last week, and through to construction of Grand Central, some of the major private investments such as the Longs Quarter, Walton Stores, and Council's investment in the civic precinct and road infrastructure changes. The other aspect that will relate to this work is some outcomes of the place evaluations. The component of that work and the outcomes of the City Centre Master Plan engagement will inform this next phase of work, which will be to develop the implementation plan that we will bring back to you through that program next year.
Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Thank you. Through you to Michelle. A comprehensive list of items, both private and public investment, and I'd encourage those even watching online to open that. It's available on the website on page 271 in the report there. It's probably another page completely different, but it's got there's close to $900 million worth of investment in the CBD. That's just a comment. The question was around, and I guess another highlight of this report. It's a comprehensive report, I've got to say. It talks about the insights for feedback on page 250 to 253 of 1026. And it works through all of the various areas, including activation, connected, greener, livability, and in fact adds COVID, which we wouldn't have added 12 months ago. It's quite interesting. But there's a couple of things that probably stuck out to me in regard to the CBD in the future. The first piece of major infrastructure I'd suggest would be a transit centre and the options that have come through in regard to relocation of a transit centre or a change in that. This isn't the first we've heard of this, of course. Has there been any consideration given by the planning department in regard to strategic planning of the transit centre, or is it too early to even talk about that?
The relocation of the transit centre was something that was considered as part of the initial development of the City Centre Master Plan, and originally it had considered the opportunity to relocate that as part of the Grand Central redevelopment. Discussions with Queensland Transport at the time determined that that wasn't the optimum location from their perspective, and at that stage there's been no further review of the existing transit centre. However, we do recognise that that is one of the key elements that we would like to revisit as part of the next phase of implementation. At this stage there is no pre-scoping or predetermination of what that might be, what that might involve at this stage.
Okay, I've got a couple more, but go to...
Yeah, we go to Councillor Taylor.
Madam Chair, as one of the ones that were here when we did the City Centre Master Plan with comprehensive, and I might say comprehensive, consultation with all sections of the community, even with the regions, as you know, was a lot of effort put in. Yes, the bus station was considered being moved, and Grand Central QIC wasn't conducive to that idea. It would have been, it's a shame, but that's not the first time we've seen it. My question, I think it's a great report, thank you very much, and I may have missed it, but how many responses were from people under 20 years old? I note that we've got, 406 responses, but with future projects there's only 176, and then your idea is only 59, and then, it's sort of, it's a little bit, and possibly, as you say, through you, Madam Chair, to Michelle, because it was in COVID times and things were a little bit, a lot of the people, and the older people perhaps may not have engaged as much with, although I note in there that there's comments about safer and more walking around the city centre, making it accessible for everyone with all abilities, and also with cycling. So, but I just feel there was a huge effort put into contacting schools, and particularly high schools, people who would be inheriting our world in 10, 20 years' time, for them to put their ideas in, and perhaps I've missed it, but have we had much engagement from that sector? And perhaps add to that the over 60s as well.
Great, thank you, Councillor Taylor, for your question. Yes, if I could just draw your attention to the engagement highlights on page 4 of 7 of the officer's report, and in the attachment at page 26 of 51, provides a breakdown of the demographics that were reached as part of this engagement. It is actually really pleasing for us to be able to say that in this time we actually have been able to increase our reach, particularly for the 16 to 25 and 31 to 50-year-old age demographics. So we've had a strong response of 12.6% in the 16 to 25 age group. And of the 31 to 50-year-old age group, they represented 48% of respondents, which is a significant increase. Councillors will often observe when we undertake face-to-face engagement that some of these demographics are a little bit harder to reach, often time poor or have competing interests. And so through this process we've been able to see that spread. But in addition to, I guess they were some improvements in our engagement, and I think that highlights the opportunities that COVID has given us to trial some of the newer engagement platforms that have been made available to us during that process. But on page 26 of 51 of the attachment, you can actually see that the spread of reach in terms of those demographics was actually quite broad. The over 61s made up, nearly 15% of our demographic reach. So that was quite a good.
Very much.
Councillor McDonald, did you have a further question?
I do, thank you very much indeed, Madam Chair. There's a couple of little things. Just in regard to connectivity, one thing that I thought we might have seen through this was a light rail type of initiative that may have come from the community utilising the rail, given the conversation that's around there. Once again, not the first time that's been mentioned, but I couldn't see anything in the report of any comments, so just that was something that I thought was quite interesting, whether we've moved on as a community or whether it just wasn't top of mind, I'm not sure.
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. I would actually probably have to defer that question to Anne and come back to you. But as an observation, it still came out that connectivity and public transport choices was still very much high on the agenda of people. I think the option of light rail is in the mix, but with the technology changes that we're seeing these days, this next 10-year review will give us an opportunity and also in addition to the planning scheme and growth plan review, give us an opportunity to consider those key corridors and whether light rail might be one option. There may be other options that we could consider more broadly as part of that, such as driverless trams, particularly with that automated vehicle that might also provide other options, particularly in terms of the cost effectiveness of those types of infrastructure.
Councillor Carol Taylor, did you?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Madam Chair, but thank you, Jeff, for bringing that up. Light rail, I think, will be, as Michelle has mentioned, we will have platooning autonomous cars and other things like that in the future, but light rail, probably you need at least 750,000 population in a densely small area. But I think what comes out of your comment is that this council and future councils need to protect that corridor that runs through the middle of this city out to the university and whatever we need. Before we start thinking about light rail or anything, it's most essential that that corridor be preserved, because that you won't get that back in once we start to develop, and that gives you lots of options. It gives you a corridor without vehicles and other traffic and considerations, but it also can be used for many things, including cycling and walking or whatever. But I see the future, and we've seen it with the small little buses that go whatever, and they platoon one after the other. You just add one if you need more people. So I think that it's most important to come out of that whatever we do as a council and future councils, they must preserve that corridor.
Protecting the corridor. Michelle, we were talking about the work protecting the corridor the other day, weren't we? Did you want to make a comment on that?
At this stage, it's probably a little bit early, but one of the major pieces or the studies that's undertaken as part of the planning scheme review is to look at the implications of the regional infrastructure. And as part of that, there is the opportunity with that to also consider particularly connections to passenger rail, and then what that might mean in terms of the relocation of the Bailey Henderson Hospital and its gravity in terms of the CBD. The flow on for us as part of our team working collaboratively with the Sustainable Transport Strategy team would be then to consider what those other options and connections might be as well. So there is quite a key corridor that is already identified through the CBD with opportunities perhaps to enhance those connections north and south between Bailey Henderson and potentially the university. So they are on the agenda at this stage. It is an investigation with no outcomes at this point in time.
Thanks, Michelle. Any further questions? Councillor McDonald, Councillor O'Shea next. Yeah.
Two quick ones. The one theme that did come through around activation was to make it easier for live performances and street activation, laneway activation, and I guess the opening of Carnival Lane last week probably magnifies that even more, because just to have what we had there was really good to see. So I guess if there was some low-hanging fruit, and I understand through Environment Community there is an art and culture strategy being put together at the moment, which I hope will include a live music strategy in it as well, because I think that's something that this council could do more quickly than some of the other projects that seem quite large and could take some time to work through. So I guess there was just a comment in regard to how the Strat planning team and Anne could work with environmental health services around approvals and what have you, or even with the events department in regard to the similar thing. Is there some collaboration already happening in regard to that?
Thank you, Councillor McDonald. There were some minor changes that the team worked through with ISG and Environment and Community Services as part of the recent local laws that were adopted. Did make some minor changes as part of that, particularly around activation of spaces. It is something that Anne has identified for further investigation as part of that response in activation. And yes, in terms of the cultural strategy, there are members of the team who are part of that core working group that has recently been established for the cultural strategy.
Fantastic. Last one, just in regard to the adoption from this council around an expert panel for this area, and I guess we're talking about the implementation phase and seeking budget for it for next year and what have you, it probably goes without even mentioning, but I would assume that that group would play a key role in identifying opportunities as well. It's not in the motion anywhere or in fact mentioned in the report, but just wondered that would be.
Yes, that's a great question. Thank you, Councillor McDonald. As part of the consideration of the establishment of the expert panel, this was one of the key areas that we identified, that their wealth of knowledge would be of invaluable assistance in preparing the action plan and implementation plan. Council resolved to establish that group, and implementation of that group has commenced with recruitment.
Terrific. Thank you.
Good. Councillor O'Shea.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Michelle. One part of it I just wanted to ask a question or a comment on, I suppose, is something around the feedback that we received there, and one of them that sort of caught my eye was just around the recommendation and the revisiting of the Garden Square project, and even the suggestion to trial something as a pop-up. So I guess my thought around that is that that's obviously something the community still sees as potentially having some sort of benefit to us in the middle of the city centre, and that's despite the fact that we have what we have outside council, which is probably plays some sort of role to that. The front of Grand Central, some of the laneways that are now set up that way as well. So just with the where this is sort of going, when I think about it, and the other thing I think it says in there would like to be 3 minutes from the intersection. So we're kind of narrowing down a lot of the areas where it probably could be. But if it were to go ahead, and I'm thinking land that council owns is all occupied at the moment by car parks. Now I know that's a subject that comes up a lot as well around the future of what we do with car parking and multi-stories and whatever it may be. But is part of the conversation that sits around this that there might be an actual opportunity here where an open space, and where we can make some hard infrastructure if there was anything future in car parking around a softer space as well with some sort of garden square. But I just found that that's a curious recommendation that's come from all of that feedback, is that there's still some sort of momentum behind that. So is that something we're going to monitor with the opening of a few of these other open spaces, or is it something that we'll look to, with a pop-up or something like that?
Thank you, Councillor. The Garden Square concept was actually part of the original centre master plan in the location on the corner of Annan Street and the laneway, directly behind where the Carnival Lane pops out onto the Brea Lane there. So I guess the feedback that's actually coming through is around the importance of a green CBD. And so there is the opportunity to revisit what does the greening of the CBD mean apart from the dedicated spaces that we have within the city. Is there a need to connect, for example, the Queen's Park and Laurel Bank Park? That green spine was something that was also a core component of the original city centre master plan. So I think the theme that's actually coming back is the importance and value of greening of the CBD to people. And as part of the implementation and action plan, we will need to revisit where and how that might be provided, and it might also be around the streets themselves as well as dedicated spaces within the CBD, and certainly the opportunity to look at other value adds and such as other infrastructure would be something that council could consider at this stage. The implementation plan hasn't commenced. That work was deferred from this year. So these are concepts that we would need to come back to council to explore and discuss.
Answer your question, Councillor O'Shea? Yep. Thank you. Councillor Carl?
Comment, if I may, Madam Chair, and I'm happy to move, pending any other questions. But Michelle, can I say publicly thank you to you and all involved, the team, for this review. A few points that stand out, the demographics that were reached this time. It speaks volumes of some methods, the methodology we perhaps should pursue further and broader across council. And we know COVID forced some of that, but it's been a positive outcome, the broad cross-section of the demographic that was reached, and confirmation of the initial themes of the City Centre Master Plan have been really, it's been a good exercise. It's a closing of the loop. It's a confirmation with the community. Have we heard right? And I think this has been an exercise that has reinforced that. And finally, with this review, it allows us to drill down further on the priorities and as you've alluded to, future discussions around the table here around the ways forward and the involvement of the expert advisory panel. So I think it's been a well run and timely exercise, this review. So thank you, Michelle. And I'm happy to move if there's no other questions.
Thanks, Councillor Carr. That was a brilliant summary, and I concur with Councillor Carr's comments. I mean, it's an exciting time to be living in the region, and I mean, we see what's happened, and to see what's coming, and it's not sort of not making decisions on no research or background, and it's wonderful. So, Councillor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make a comment, and a little bit dishevelled, sorry. It's interesting to note that 63% of respondents thought walking and cycling needs could be better met. We have signed a walking charter a few years ago, and also 70% of respondents said improved cycle and footpaths would encourage more active transport use. So I think we need to keep that in their mind. I totally agree with Councillor Carr's comments and your own, Madam Chair, and I think it's been a great report, and again you can say that we're reasonably in touch with what our people think, so thank you.
So were you seconding that, Councillor Taylor? Thank you. Now, I don't need to have any debate, I wouldn't imagine. Oh, Councillor Shine.
I have a question if I could before.
Okay, you go. Yep.
Okay. Just want to support Councillors McDonald and Taylor in their comments about light rail. It's preservation of those corridors are absolutely essential, not just for the CBD, but also I was out at Nobby last night, Greenmount, Fitzworth, all of those places, and even though the use of the rail line because of variations in the agricultural industries are pretty light on, there might be pressure to shut those railway lines. It's all very well having walking and riding trails, but that would make it difficult to reintroduce light rail down the track, I would have thought. So I hope future councils bear that in mind. My question, though, is just intrigued at the idea of a pop-up garden in the garden square. Something that might be handy for me, I think, something that could be popped up. Is it what, transportable plants or something, or what is it?
I'd actually have to probably seek some more information about this particular initiative, but I know some of the other initiatives, particularly in capital cities like Melbourne, do actually have like the raised planter gardens and so forth that people can tend.
That'll be moved, or is that?
Yes, so temporary.
We can get back to you on that, Councillor Shine. Yeah, the pop-up garden. Okay, so we have a mover and a seconder. Is there anyone who wants to debate? No? Okay, all those in favour? It's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, Michelle. So our next item, councillors, is item number 6, Environment Advisory Committee, appointment of committee members.
Madam Chair, I would like this item to be discussed in confidential. I wish to discuss some business, and I note that if I wish to do that, then it needs to be in a confidential session. Thank you.
Okay. Well,
I'm happy to move to remove this and have it in confidential. Remove this item and do confidential.
So given that the some of the members that are recommended is in confidential, Councillor McDonald has moved and Councillor Shine has seconded that we move this item to confidential, and we'll discuss it at the end of the meeting. All those in favour? Carried. Okay, so that was a false start for you, Elizabeth, there. Sorry about that. Item number 7 is the Toowoomba Regional Development Industry Reference Group Terms of Reference. And Danielle's going to talk to us. Thank you, Danielle.
Good morning, councillors. I apologise, my voice is a little dodgy today. Following the amalgamations and the creation of Toowoomba Regional Council in 2018, the Development Industry Reference Group was created, I guess, as a group to come together with representatives from council and discuss planning and development related issues. So that group was established with terms of reference that were endorsed at the time by council. We recently discussed those terms of reference with the Development Industry Reference Group, and the group was happy with those current terms of reference and re-endorsed those current terms of reference. But a review of those terms of reference indicated really that they needed to be updated just to keep with the times. For example, some of the industry reference group names had changed in the last 12 years. Some of the titles of council officers had changed, councillor position titles had changed, and generally there was an opportunity to just update the structure of those terms of reference just to make them more in keeping with some of the current council templates for these types of terms of reference. So other than really some tinkering, there's no substantial changes to the terms of reference proposed, and merely we are bringing these terms of reference to you in an updated format and seeking endorsement of that updated terms of reference.
Mm-hmm. Is there any questions for the officer? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, just not a die in the ditch, but I think it might be beyond the life of this council and perhaps future DIRG or development industry reference groups. Just in council participation, the following on page 3 or 4 of the report, 310 of board books. It lists councillor, committee chair, development group manager, but technically speaking, I don't even have to be there as a portfolio person. Probably, maybe, don't know. Happy for council's view to take council's view on it, but for future councils, it might be worth mentioning probably portfolio councillors if in fact we have portfolios in the future. I don't know, but yeah, just a thought out there.
I have to agree. I mean, it's certainly appropriate. Councillor Carol Taylor, did you have a comment?
Chair, I actually read, when I was reading through this too, I felt the same because I think it's most important that the planning councillors be in the loop, so to speak, and should, yourself or the chair is there. I think both, I agree with Councillor Carl, I think both councillors in the planning area should be there on that committee.
Yep.
Because, if you're not there, who then is there representing council, and we're all often, well not often, but there are times when we're not available. So I think apart from that, if you're in that portfolio, you should be over things that are happening. So I think it's very important that both councillors be there.
And stipulated. So Councillor Summerfield, did you have a comment?
Just got a question. I agree with those comments, by the way, but I've just got a question. Is this committee also one of the ones that other councillors can actually just go and sit and observe?
Yes.
So
General Manager is giving us a nod.
As well?
Yeah. You want it included in?
Oh,
Yeah.
if it's in others, yeah, I don't.
Yeah. So what do we need to do to make those changes there?
So we would need
Portfolio
to
leader and
look at membership on page 3 of the terms of reference, and we would delete spokesperson for the planning and development portfolio councillor, and we would insert planning and development committee chair, and then in brackets as the chair, and then you would list the portfolio leader of the planning and development group, which would refer to, for example, Councillor Cale. And sorry, I'm just having a quick look as to where, I guess in council participation, you could just have another dot point that includes all other councillors.
Invited to attend.
Yeah, would be invited to attend.
Madam Chair, through you to Danielle, you would, in meetings facilitation, the Planning Development Chair, Councillor will chair. In the absence of the Planning Development Committee Chair, then it should be the other councillor, I would have thought.
Yeah. Okay, good point, yep. Okay, and are we covering off on Councillor Summerfield's point about all other councillors are invited? You started to put it there, Wendy, are invited to attend.
Make it unwieldy.
That could just be added in in, sorry, I'm just trying to work out where that would be.
Well, we've started to put it up there in all in participation.
You could put it under meeting facilitation, just that all other councillors will be invited to attend, because there may be a need if, for example, both the chair and the portfolio leader were for some reason unavailable. It may be that they may ask another councillor to chair the meeting, so perhaps it might most appropriately be considered under meeting facilitation.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments, Councillor Shine?
Yes, thank you. I must confess, until I read this report, I was unaware of DERG's existence, I, like new councillors and probably existing councillors, have been spoken to by people involved in the development planning industry in Toowoomba, particularly people on behalf of developers. I noticed it doesn't appear to be a representative of developers themselves on this industry representatives list, such, on the basis that communication is a good way to avoid or lessen conflict. There's been any thought to increasing the variety of industry representatives to encourage better dialogue between the officers on the one hand and the industry representatives on the other. The position that we're in is anyway.
I think the intent of the reference group was to give development industry representatives the opportunity to bring their industry group issues or queries or information to the group. Hence, we've identified industry groups. There is another forum, for example, we have monthly meetings with the UDIA representative group to discuss their issues, and we will get developers that will attend those meetings, for example. But historically, the Development Industry Reference Group wasn't set up for the specific purpose of being a developer forum. It was set up to be an industry representative forum, so that surveying industry, engineering, planning, real estate, valuation, that those industry members could bring any information or issues to the group, and this was their forum to do that.
And you'll see that there's the UDIA, the Urban Development Institute of Australia, and we're hoping that they are
Funneling.
the developers are
And they do.
members and are channeling their concerns through that, given that there's not always harmony, I suppose, within that group, like any other group. But that's, I mean, this is we have a established group where we're trying to get people to bring their concerns, whether they utilise this group is and find it effective. That's our challenge, I guess.
You could get too big.
In addition to that, in terms of the strategic work that's going on, there's been a new group formed by the developers themselves called Advanced Toowoomba, and I think there's about 5 members that I know of in that small group, and they're meeting with the strategic planners in particular, but also a number of those people also in the UDIA, and the UDIA from time to time has more developers in terms of those investors than consultants, and then other times there's more consultants than the genuine investor developers. But but we do meet very regularly with the UDIA. We meet formally and informally to keep the channels widely open. Not all developers, investors, choose to use those channels, I have to say.
Councillor Carl?
Comment, if I may, Madam Chair. Having been around the table since this group's inception, I think the real reason why it was set up is to ensure that it was a mechanism for feedback through the professional sector or the supply chain sector, whatever you want to call it, for the development industry. And the reason being was my recollection that, everyone from a small developer divide one lot into 2, their spare piece of land beside their house, right up to the large commercial part of the sector. This was a filter mechanism because these professionals are dealing with both small and very large developers, and it was a way of first-hand hearing what the issues were coming through the respective sectors or professional groups that are associated with the development industry. And that's, as been explained, I think, the reason why. And there are other issues at other forums that can be communicated through those to officers and intern councillors as well. So, but I do agree that an open invitation to this group, of councillors to this group, like there are others that pop up in our calendar, would be extremely beneficial, because then councillors can avail themselves firsthand of the issues as these professionals see them cropping up. There'll be a theme from time to time that can crop up through these different sectors of the like the supply chain sector to the developers.
Okay, thank you. If there's no further comments, can I have Councillor Carl? McDonald.
All right, Madam Chair. Probably a comment more than any, and I guess there seems to be many touch points that council has with this sector. This is but one of them, albeit a fairly strong one. The effectiveness of this group, is it measured in some way, or how is it measured? Does the group, get together after 12 months and say, well, this is what we've achieved, or how have we gone? Benchmark yourselves, or?
We do. I guess we talk as a group, and we've talked about the how well the group operates, and it probably, I think the group considers that it has been a good forum to bring, and it's been a lot of sort of industry-wide issues, which has been good. So it gives you a better representation of what the common issues are, such as, we've had queries and questions around CCTVing of pipes, and the fact that council has traditionally wanted to do that role, and there's some issues around that and questions around that. So that's been a common industry issue. Things like building over sewers, the relationship of the Planning Act with the Building Act in terms of requirement for development applications as opposed to concurrence advice. So issues that are more industry-wide, and probably more, as Councillor Cale's issue as indicated, not so much the major issues like land supply or those issues, but just the ground roots type day-to-day issues that come up, and it's been a really good forum to discuss those. So we always have an agenda. We have an issues and actions register, so each meeting we go back and look at what actions arose from that, and we come back and respond to those actions. So I guess it's a continual review of the issues that are coming up, and we do talk about the effectiveness of that forum, and we've done it many times, as probably Stuart Summers can attest, but we've felt that it is a valuable tool in terms of reaching more the industry representatives, and some of those industry representatives that we probably wouldn't day-to-day necessarily have contact with, such as, the building industry, and sometimes this, master builders and the surveyors, and some of those people, real estates that day-to-day we wouldn't necessarily contact. So it's interesting to have that ability and that forum so that they can actually say what they see as being the issues and the questions and queries that they have of us. So it's good in that regard.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Very pleased to hear it. I guess just reading the minutes from the July 2020, the connection, I guess, between council and this group, and particularly UDIA, was reinforced when Stephen Bowers at the Avenues accepted to name a street after David Crummins, and I think that's nice. If there was anything that could be a measure of success of relationship building, that's probably one of them. Where we probably don't agree with Stephen or the Avenues on some things, but certainly that's a show that there is some level of close connected working relationship. So I think that's was worth minuting, and I was pleased it was in there for us to know.
Yeah. Thanks to General Manager Summers and that suggestion from Dave's daughter when she approached us, so that was good. Yeah, it's terrific. Councillor Carol Taylor.
Chair, and I think that's a wonderful gesture. And a wonderful tribute to a person who we all valued very much and nice for his family. I just wanted to make a comment, Madam Chair, that all councillors' advisory committees are available for those groups to feed up through them. And I mean, that's the whole idea. You can't have everyone sitting on a committee. But if somebody, for instance, in RapTac or Ag and Logistics or somewhere else needs something, they know their representative so that they can feed that issue up through there. So I think for them to work effectively, that's what should happen, because you can't have everyone sitting around a table. You just wouldn't get anything done. And I think the opportunity is there in all of our committees for that to happen. So thank you.
Okay, so can I have someone move we endorse the revised DERG terms of reference? Councillor Summerfield, Councillor Carl seconds. No debate, I wouldn't imagine. All those in favour? It's carried. Thank you, Danielle. Item number 8, are you going to do that one as well? Oh, good. So that is the review of Council Policy 2.44, discounting or waiver of council development application fees, councillors, version number 3.
Yes, councillors, as we're all aware, the Toowoomba Regional Council annually adopts a register of cost recovery fees and charges, and we have the aim of, in P&D, a 75% cost recovery, with the other 25% being, in effect, community obligation. Council often receives requests for discounts, waivers, deferrals of application fees for all types of development and from all types of organisations, including charitable, community or welfare, emergency services, sporting organisations, you name it, we'll get requests for reductions in fees. So over time, Council had implemented a policy around which requests for discount or waiver of development application fees would be considered. So version 1 of that policy was 1st of July 2014, followed by version 2 in 16th of December 2014, followed by the version 3, which came in on the 1st of September 2016 and expired with the election of the new council. You recall in June we brought to council a report which considered, I guess, a new or reviewed policy, and council raised some queries in relation to that policy around the groups or organisations that may be entitled to receive discounts or waivers of development application fees. Council officers have gone away and done a bit of work, and you'll recall we had a councillor information session where the results of, I guess, those investigations were provided to councillors by Matthew Coleman. So we reviewed about 6 financial years of development application fees starting from 1st of July 2014 to look at the types of discounts that had been granted and the applications that we'd received and the fees that had been paid. We also confirmed that the annual maximum values of application fee discounts that were nominated in those that policy had never been exceeded. So it indicated that the caps that we'd set appeared to be reasonable and appeared to be right. So basically what came out of the ordinary meeting and what came out of the briefing session was a request for consideration around the discounting or waiving of application fees for sport and recreational organisations. The policy had provided for a 50% discount up to a maximum of $10,000 per application for those types of organisations. And there was a request for consideration as to whether perhaps that should be increased to 100%. So in effect, a waiver of application fees for sporting and recreation organisations. Also requested to be considered were schools, so educational establishments, and religious institutions. So a further review had been undertaken around application fees received for applications from those types of organisations, and that was taken for 6 financial years, from the 14-15 financial year to the 19-20 financial year. That review indicated the following. So for sport and recreation organisations, over that 6-year period, we'd received 11 applications. The total of development application fees received was $108,600. So an average annual fees paid of about $18,000. For schools, council had received 166 applications. The application fees that had been paid were in the order of $513,000, resulting in about an annual fee income for council of $85,000 for educational establishment applications. Religious institutions, we had received 179 applications, with the total application fees received of $727,000, representing an average annual fee income for council of $121,000. In considering that level of fee income to council, it was considered when officers were preparing or reviewing the policy that to waive fees for schools or religious institutions under this policy would represent a substantial impost in terms of loss of fee income for council, and the application fees being in order to allow us to cover the cost of resources for assessing these applications. However, it was considered there probably was an opportunity, particularly for sport and recreation organisations, which most of us understand for the most part are run by, parents or friends of people that are in the sporting organisations, and obviously often they are trying to raise money and raise fees by, running, whether it's raffles or kiosks at the sporting events, so that there probably was an opportunity to consider a greater opportunity to support those organisations. So in terms of those sporting and recreational organisations, the annual discounts that had been granted in the order of 50% was about $9,000 per annum, so not a significant impost to council in terms of income. We did note that over the period of 6 years there'd been no operational works or building application discounts requested, so that could in the future account for some sum of money in terms of development application fees. Therefore, in preparing this report and making recommendations around the policy, it was considered that if councillors were of a mind to increase the application fee discounts from 50% to 100% for sporting and recreation organisations, then we would probably suggest an increase of $15,500 to allow for potentially those additional applications. So getting more to the policy now, in terms of what's been recommended by officers, we had a policy that applied to a range of organisations. So the officer's recommendation is that for community or welfare-based non-profit organisations, the discount or waiver be raised from 50% from the previous policies to 100%, with a maximum amount per application of $10,000. We already have charitable organisations, community or welfare-based organisations and emergency services who have traditionally received 100% waiver up to a maximum per application fee of $10,000. And it is recommended in terms of religious institutions and schools that there be no discount or waiver of development application fees granted for those organisations. So it is recommended that it remain as per previous policies, that there is no discount or waiver of development application fees for those organisations. It's also recommended that discounts or waivers be granted on a first-in basis up to the maximum annual caps that are nominated for the policy, and as indicated, we have never exceeded those caps in any financial year historically. The policy would apply to development application fees for planning fees, building fees, not private certification fees, engineering and plumbing fees, with some exceptions. As I said, private certification fees, fee for negotiated decisions, negotiated infrastructure charges, notices, change requests. And also, obviously, the organisations or institutions would need to be able to demonstrate their eligibility for a discount or waiver of fees under the policy. So in terms of the amount of discounts or waivers that are recommended to be applicable, it's recommended that there be a maximum total value for each financial year of $145,500, which is an increase of $15,500 on the $130,000 maximum cap for the previous version of the policy. That would mean there would be $95,000, an increase of $10,000 for applications assessed by the development planning team. There would be $17,000 representing an increase of $2,000 from the previous policy around applications that would be assessed by the building compliance team of the Regional Heritage and Architecture branch. And it's recommended that there be a $33,500 cap, which is an increase of $3,500 on the $30,000 version 3 amount for the development engineering and plumbing teams applications that they assess. So the proposed version 4, which is what you're considering today, is based on the same organisation, so there's been no new organisations included, based on the same discounts or waivers, and based on determining maximum amounts per application. So the updates proposed to version 3 in creating version 4 are an increase of discount waiver for sport and recreation organisations from 50% to 100%, increasing the maximum annual total discount or waiver, cap from $130,000 to $145,000. We've updated the policy to include Planning Act 2016 references and terminology. We've included exemption certificates as being applications to which the policy could apply. We've amended branch structures with the change in structure of planning and development group over time, so we've updated that. And we've included or recommended new relevant dates and currency periods for the policy. So we present version 4 of the policy for Council's consideration.
Okay, we've got a few questions. Councillor Summerfield, Councillor McMahon. Yep.
Chair, and thanks for that report, Danielle. I just wondered on page 2, it says this policy is effective from the 29th of March, so I'm assuming that that means it's for the full term of this council. Is that what the idea is?
Yes, Councillor, we had actually received some requests in the time frame that the policy, as you know, it expired with the election of the new council, and we haven't had a policy since. We have received a couple of requests, and what we have done is exercise general manager discretion to basically grant a discount as if the policy was still in operation, so that we didn't sort of hold up or act to the detriment of those groups. But yes, it's intended that it goes back so that we have continuity in the application of the policy.
Okay, thank you. So if you go to the next page to 4.6, the maximum value of discounts, and you've explained why you've raised it to $145,500. But I do believe that it should have each financial year after that. It's been removed. I think it should still be in. Otherwise, it's $145,500 for 4 years.
Yes.
4 years, so.
That's a good point. So, Wendy, that would be going to clause 4.6 of the actual policy.
Third page. Just
so at the end of, it says each financial year, sorry.
Not in ours.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
Version 3. Says that.
Well, yes.
Oh, I must be looking at the wrong. I'm looking at 2, sorry.
Good, it's in there.
So then the other thing was, could you just explain how that gets reflected in the budget? And that, financial year, we're increasing it to 140. How does that all get reflected?
Generally, we budget for anticipated income. So when we're preparing the budgets and submitting those budgets to council, the fact that there is a policy which allows for the discounting of development application fees, and obviously we forego development application fees, that's taken into account when we determine and anticipate the application fee income that we will receive. So it's not that it's sorry, I'm not a finance person. It's not that we say, oh, here's a chunk of money. We really just take it into account in taking that off the income that we would anticipate to receive. So we take into account that we're likely to grant X amount of money or up to this amount of money of discounts on application fees, and we take that off the income that we budget to receive. So that we've already taken it into account.
Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. I do have a few questions. My first was regarding the retrospective nature, and I thank you for answering that. I'm sorry if this is rudimentary, but I'd just like to clarify it. I note that this is for development application fees, and we have several items on the agenda after this, which is for infrastructure charges, and they're different things.
Yes.
This doesn't have any contradiction to the later items in this agenda.
No, this is purely about development application fees, which is, as you've indicated, distinct from infrastructure charges, which are covered by a charges resolution and a whole different regime. Yeah.
I wanted to clarify that in sanity. Just regarding the schools part of this, and I note that attachment 3 hasn't included them or religious institutions. I remember in the original information session that wouldn't include by default state schools because they're not coming through council. Is that correct?
Yes, state schools under the planning regulations are generally exempt from requiring development approvals. They also often will have community infrastructure designations, so the minister puts a designation over it for particular purposes, which allows them to develop their sites for that purpose, which means that they don't then need to get development approvals from council. Interestingly, we're also finding, though, that in more recent times, some of the non-state schools, so I guess you call them the private schools, are also exploring that route of getting those infrastructure designations, which then means that they don't need to go through an application process and, as you've indicated, would then not be required to pay infrastructure charges.
Just to follow up, if I may, Chair, I know you can't really put a number on it, but I noticed these are all to a maximum amount of $10,000. If I'm an average sporting club putting in a development application, could you tell me in general how much an average charge is in this regard? Does 10,000 cover the whole thing, or is it?
Well, I've got some information generally. So, for example, we had for that 6 financial years, we had 12 requests, so that was across the whole gambit, that exceeded the maximum cap of $10,000, and that represented $188,604 of total applications fees. The 3 largest exceedances of that total, $152,000 of that $188,000. 89.7% of all of the requests that we received were below the $10,000 maximum. So the vast majority didn't exceed that $10,000 cap. There are a couple of outliers.
Are 11% this would cover the full?
Yes, every request, yeah.
I'm wondering, Chair, if I may be able to propose amendment that we actually include religious institutions and schools in the attachment 3 proposal to a maximum of $10,000, and I'm wondering if there's an appetite of councillors around the room to come to that. I don't know what the wording would look like in the recommendation. Is it that we have to not adopt it and go back to the drawing board, or if we can just add it in the original recommendation?
We'd probably need a little bit of time just to check that the policy wording gelled, because if we change something in one table, we just need to check that it didn't impact on other areas. I think it's just important to keep in mind that, you know, if councillors do choose to include those institutions, obviously you need to consider the percentage of the application fee as well as the cap, and take into account, I guess, the information that we gave around the fact that on average, the application fees we would receive from schools and religious institutions is around $200,000. So that is a substantial impact on, I guess, our application fee revenue.
So, Ms CEO, I'm in your hands at the moment. What do we want to do from here? I'm just looking at guidance in terms of procedure.
Do you want us to? No.
Do you want to come up with some amendments for consideration at the council meeting, between now and the council meeting? Or?
Is that timeline? So we defer this till we don't approve it until the council meeting and then have those changes argued on then?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Point of order, yes. Thank you.
Yeah, I think the most transparent way to do it is...
Be an alternate motion.
It needs to propose an amendment to the table, because there has to be a general agreement around the room before we send officers off on a considerable body of work to actually ascertain some of the costs. And then it needs to be appropriately debated here in this meeting as to the amendment and in fact, is it worthy of deferral? But I think the first point is Councillor McMahon's raised that he would like to see an amendment to that table, so we need to probably vote on that. And
yeah, thanks, Councillor Carl, for that clarification. Are we able to do a vote on a separate motion of changes to that table before the committee recommendation? Is that a possibility with the CEO?
Yeah, if councillors want to, you can basically just have the discussion about what changes you want to do, have a general agreement in that, and then your recommendation will be to the full council will be to adopt the policy as amended. That would then you would include those changes in what you want to do. So you have the discussion now about what those changes are. We'll incorporate those into the amended version, which will then be put into the document.
Would you like to give Wendy your amendments there, Councillor McMahon?
Noticing Wendy's already typing, so it says Council amend Table 1, the revived version 4, to insert religious institutions and schools have 100% reduction to a maximum of $10,000. So, do I have a seconder for the amendment? Councillor Shine. So we want to move into debate then. Councillor McMahon, you'd like to speak to that? Oh, look, I've already said my motion. I'll just let the debate ensue and then tie up at the end. Thanks.
Someone speaking against it? Councillor Antonio?
Look, I won't say too much except to say that I think this is very significant and I would not be comfortable making a decision on this until I had a report, a full report, implications thereof. I think it's quite a significant change. I don't think this is the appropriate venue in which to make that change. I think there needs to be a report come to council, the financial impact, and then we move it from there.
Someone speaking in favour of the amendment?
Well, just in relation to that point, I thought, if I heard correctly, the financial implications were given to us.
Yes.
Around about $200,000 a year.
Yes, that was averaged out. So, as I indicated, over the 6 financial years that we considered, schools had received, or schools had paid $513,000 of infrastructure charges, which averaged out is about $85,000 a year, and religious institutions had paid $727,000, which averaged out to about $121,000 per year. So we are talking about $200,000, give or take, per annum of application fees. Yes, that would be foregone.
Whereas the sporting one or recreation was about $100,000.
Basically, the implication for the 100% for the sporting and recreation would be about $15,500 per annum. So very, very minor, very minor.
111 the total, was it?
Sport and recreation organisations for the 11 applications was about $108,000 over the 6 financial years, with an average of about $18,000 per annum. So we've recommended, if you increased it to the 100%, we would recommend an increase of $15,500 to take into account the possibility that there could also be operational works applications or building applications. So that would be the financial implications for including sport and recreation at 100%.
So I take it the recommendation is based purely on what you feel can be afforded as opposed to any ideological or philosophical view of religion, schools and sport or charities.
Yes.
So, well, the difficulty I have, and I presume Councillor McMahon has, is that it's hard to separate the value of religious institutions and schools, private schools, non-state schools, from, for example, state schools or from sport or charitable organisations generally. And I'd prefer everyone to be treated equally personally.
Now, where was I up to? Someone speaking for?
Against.
Against, beg your pardon. Councillor Carl.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'll speak against. I recall some considerable discussion amongst councillors around this topic, and hence a policy brought forward in attachment 3. But aside from one's philosophical views, as stated, lots of these institutions have the ability to charge fees, and they run at a profit, dare I say. Otherwise, they wouldn't exist. Unlike a state school, who that entity operates under the guides of state government. So I'm just mindful that if these institutions, and there's some very large institutions, don't pay, then who does pay? Obviously, that's an obvious answer. The general revenue or the general rate base. I speak strongly against the amendment, and it's much more than it's not based on financial impacts alone for me. It's more about an equity, because people have choices, and I just don't think that it's appropriate that these fees are pushed on to the general rate payer to afford. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Can I just get clarification, Councillor McMahon? When you first proposed this, did you only say religious institutions, or did you say schools as well?
Both.
You said schools, I beg your pardon, yeah. Okay, so is there anyone to speak in favour of the amendment? Okay, well, we'll put...
Let's get clarification.
Yes.
Let's get clarification, if I could, through you, Madam Chair, to Danielle. You've mentioned around the sporting situation as to, the 89% would be under 10,000. Do you know what sort of percentage would be under 5,000 for all of these groups?
No, to be honest, no. We just did it based on the cap, so no, I couldn't answer that question.
Okay. So I'm going to put the amendment. All those in favour...
Can I sum up? Sorry, Chair.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. Yes.
Thanks for the opportunity. Look, I read this when we were first presented with it, and noticed why you'd even include religious institutions or schools when they've just got a zero next to them. And I understand, firstly, for schools that this doesn't include state schools, and many of the more, I'll say, affluent private schools are going through state planning infrastructure anyway. So we're talking, in my opinion, smaller schools who may really struggle to put this forward, which is why I've included schools in that. I think if we look at where groups of people gather, we're very happy to do it for sporting organisations, but I think religious institutions are also where people gather. I see later on in today's meeting we've got on the other end the waiver of infrastructure charges for both a school and a religious organisation, and instead of them coming back at that stage saying, help us out here, I think it would be equitable to the community to put it at this end and propose this to the $10,000 limit. And so thanks for allowing me to put the motion, and I'll leave it with you, councillors.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McMahon. So I'll put the amended motion. All those in favour? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. The motion's lost.
Madam Chair, could I propose a motion that decision on this is deferred to next Tuesday? This is the second motion, with information on applications and assessment on applications for each of the 6 areas on what the cost would be to a maximum of $5,000 with a 100% discount waiver for each, what the financial implications would be. That's a deferment from this to next week with that information, if I could.
Do you
That's the motion I'm putting forward.
So you're talking about the 6 categories all going down to 5,000?
Maximum?
Yep.
100% discount waiver to a maximum of 5,000. I just want the financial implications.
For all categories.
Danielle, you're not looking...
That could take some time. It took quite a bit of time to put together the information, so I don't know that we would be in a position to have that information for the next, the ordinary meeting next week. It may be that the report would have to be deferred till the new year.
Okay. So all right.
Effectively, what I'm trying to do is look at the budget, look at the implications are, and have an equitable outcome across all, which would hopefully have less an impact on the finances. Because naturally, to forego $200,000 a year, where we are struggling, in fact we're well under recovering our fee for service, would be why I couldn't have supported the last motion. However, if finances support the fact that we could spread more equitably across each with 100% with a maximum of 5,000, I'd consider it, but I don't want to put that motion to support that motion today without the financial implications.
Okay, Danielle, could you just, before we just go to that, just explain the reason for the policy? So it is to...
The reason for the policy is to support those groups that I guess provide benefit to the community. So, the traditional charitable, the not-for-profits, sporting and rec, which, council and the community support. So the whole purpose of the policy, I guess, is for council to offer that as a means of support for those types of organisations, and I guess as an acknowledgement and a support of the work that they do and the services that they provide to the community.
And I think Councillor McMahon made a very good point earlier about, I suppose, the difference between this and the infrastructure charges, which we don't have a policy, and who's included and who isn't included. And I think we'll have a bit more of a talk about that later on, but there's a lot of work to go there to know what the goalposts are and what we're trying to kick it through, isn't it? So, Councillor McDonald, we have a suggestion that we defer it until a future planning and development meeting. Are you happy with that?
No, perfectly fine with that. Just want to read the rest of, if I could.
Yeah, point of order. We haven't got a motion to defer it at this point. Thank you.
That's the motion that I'm proposing. And all 6 types, does it say 50% as well in there? 100%, sorry. Amount per application $5,000. Well, it's the same anyway.
So it'd be discount waivers of development application fees to 100% to a maximum of $5,000 per application.
And the more worthy ones miss out.
100% of the development application fees to a maximum amount per application of $5,000. So yes, that probably reflects it.
Let's cover off on what... So you're moving that motion? You have a seconder?
So just a question, if I might, Madam Chair. So does this then include state schools where we get no infrastructure charges, no anything? And does this include state schools where Queensland Education Queensland is responsible, and the P&Cs now have to go and supply what should be supplied by the government? Let's just spell it out here. I think that should not be included. State schools should not be included.
State schools, generally, they don't need to make development applications. So because they don't need to make development applications to council, we don't issue approvals and then issue infrastructure charges notices. So it's not going to impact in that regard.
I do know a state school that actually told the P&C they had to get a DA to remove some trees. So
they wouldn't need a development application to remove trees, no.
So we have a motion that's moved and seconded. All those in favour of deferring it to a future planning and development meeting?
No.
Is that beg your pardon?
But I just, I've had my hand up a few times trying to...
Sorry.
mention. I know it's all very confusing at the moment. I think one of the things we need to take into consideration is the fact that should there be a large number of applications put forward, we've only got one bucket, and what happens if it all gets used up by these extra ones that you're trying to bring on board, who, as has been indicated by a number of people around the room, do make money. They are usually in a very good financial position, whereas we've included sport and rec for the very reason that we're trying to encourage more and more people to do sport, and we're trying to support those sporting groups because they don't have the opportunity to make the money. So I'm just concerned we're veering off. We had major discussion on this previously in an information.
We have had, but
clear by everyone.
Yep. But we do have a motion.
Make also.
You may speak to the motion, Councillor.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Look, I think this motion probably reflects the conversations taken place, but it also, keeping in mind that any information sessions that we have aren't decision-making, and everyone's entitled to their view. Not everyone will agree, and that's part of why we're around the table. This motion doesn't say this is going to happen. This motion simply brings back information. It would be completely unfair for the officers to give us a financial impact on what I've asked for in this meeting. And Danielle has suggested that it will take longer than to next week. I respect that, and that's why that's deferred. We may, in fact, go back to the original motion. This motion is put forward today for us to consider. It's a motion that needs to be voted on. If it's voted in favour of, then we go to the next meeting and when we can discuss it, and it could well end up back to the recommendation of the officers. But I think it's important, given the fact we've got discussion around the table that is empathetic to all areas, that we should give it the due consideration.
Is anyone speaking against the motion? Councillor Taylor, Carol Taylor?
Speak against it because it is just deferring as it comes, but we need to remember the reasons we went with the sporting groups for 100% was because Toowoomba region is the most obese area in Queensland, and we wanted to support a bit of a change and encourage, as Councillor Summerfield has already mentioned. So,
thanks, Councillor Taylor. I guess that's where we'll have that future discussion. So all those in favour of deferring? I beg your pardon, Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. The reason why I speak against it is because what I failed to mention before is and Councillor Summerfield has very aptly mentioned it, the entities and organisations with the capability and wherewithal to do have these sorts of applications before council simply have that capability, and so we give them a free kick with a discount, and there is a potential for a funneling of funds, further amount of funds, council revenue, in other words, ratepayers' revenue towards these larger capable organisations of doing these sorts of developments in their own right. So I don't see it as an equity issue at all. I see it as potentially a funneling of these funds to the larger organisations that already have the capabilities. So I think that's why, and we were discussing policy formulation in information sessions, of which is the principal role of this council around policy formulation. And yes, it's not a decision-making forum, but it's quite important for the discussion to be had for the officers to bring a policy. And that's why I support the original one ahead of this now second amendment. I don't see it as arriving as an equitable outcome at all. I think it's probably a little bit of sitting on the fence trying to please everyone, in my view.
Someone speak. Councillor McMahon, you're speaking for the motion.
Thanks, Chair. Very happy to speak for Councillor McDonald's motion. I commend him on meeting in the middle and seeing what we can do next week, and happy to speak for it. Thank you.
It won't be next week. Yeah.
Sorry, yeah, of course.
In future, sure. Yeah. Anyone speaking against the deferral? Okay, so I put the motion. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Motion's carried.
Okay. It's only committee. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Danielle. With that, we move to the first of our...
And if I might, Madam Chair, this can
Councillor
come back at
Carroll-Taylor?
ordinary meeting next week?
No.
Yes, it can.
Deferral does.
Can, I believe. Well, could you please, through you, ask the CEO?
Definitely can.
Yes, thank you.
The recommendation from this.
This is only committee, so it can come back next week. Thank you. That's a yes?
That's a yes.
Yes.
This is a recommendation from the committee. The council can consider any other alternative recommendations to that offered by the committee at the council meeting.
Sorry, Councillor. Councillor Summerfield. Backing out. Sure. Item number 9, councillors, is one of the requests for said infrastructure charge, discount for infrastructure charges. So this is the Evans Street in Pittsworth, and Jeff Reid is going to come to speak to us.
Good morning, councillors. Thank you, Madam Chair. The purpose of this report is to consider requests for a discounted infrastructure charge under Temporary Economic Development Incentives for District Townships Policy 2.32 in relation to a development permit for material change of use for a multiple dwelling located at 34 Evans Street, Pittsworth. The request for the discounted infrastructure charge under Policy 2.32 has been made by CRC Developments on 22nd of the 7th, 2020. The request seeks to reduce the infrastructure charge levied in Council's infrastructure charges notice issued 22nd of January 2016 in relation to the development permit for the multiple dwelling. The subject site is located at 34 Evans Street, Pittsworth, and is within the regional residential precinct of the low medium density residential zone. The site, with a total area of 2,023 square metres, is currently developed with 4 units, being stage 1 of the approved 8-unit multiple dwelling. In accordance with section 341 and 342 of the Sustainable Planning Act 2009, the approval has not lapsed. This request is in relation to stage 2 only. The applicant previously entered into a discounted infrastructure agreement with Council on 30th of May 2017. However, the benefit of that agreement has lapsed after stage 1, as stage 2 was not completed in accordance with the required timeframes. The relevant infrastructure charges notice issued on 22nd of January 2016 with total infrastructure charge of $135,500, being $57,500 for stage 1 and $80,000 for stage 2. It is noted the indexation as at 30th of 9th 2020 for stage 2 is currently $86,312.65. A multiple dwelling is classed as an accommodation activity under Schedule 1 definitions of the planning scheme and is therefore an applicable land use activity under Policy 2.32. Policy 2.32 therefore supports a discounted infrastructure charge of $14,500 for each unit, being a total payable discount infrastructure charge of $58,000 for stage 2. The officer's recommendation is that Council approve the reduction of infrastructure charge amount payable for stage 2 in accordance with Policy 2.32.
Okay. Thank you. Councillors, any questions? Jeff? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Probably just a blanket question for all these ones that are coming through in the next little while to General Manager Stewart in regard to a decision for Council to defer infrastructure charges payments for 12 months from use. Is that something that would apply to each of these applications as well?
For example, in this case, a deferral of the 58,000, yes, that would apply.
Still applies for
Yep.
those. Good.
There's no exclusory conditions.
Just making a comment. This is if all of the applications and aligned to policies were this easy, would certainly go a long way to making council's decisions easy, wouldn't it? Because this is exactly why that incentive's been put in. Exactly why. So I'm happy to move it if there's nothing else.
I agree.
Well, that's for further discussion, isn't it? And I think we're all on the same page. Can I just ask, though, Jeff, do you normally include, I can't remember, do you normally include a copy of the policy in the report? Is that worth doing? Not really. No, Danielle's saying no. I just thought it's probably handy to be able to read that when you're reading the report. Is that possible in future to include that? I'd just like to have a little look through it and just refresh myself every time. That's okay. All right, so we have a mover, Councillor McDonald. We have a seconder, Councillor Shine. All those in favour? It's carried. Now I think we've got a request for some morning tea. We have a break for 15 minutes. We come back at 5. Oh, we need someone to move that we adjourn. Councillor Shine and Councillor Antonio. All those in favour? So we're coming back at 5 past. the General Manager Stewart. So we move to item number 10, which is a request for a reduction of waiver of infrastructure charges in relation to development permit for material change of use animal keeping at Airport Drive, Wellcamp, the RSPCA.
Madam Chair, I will make my declaration and leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Taylor. So I reference Councillor Taylor's conflict of interest, and we have Sophie is going to speak to us. Thank you, Sophie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, councillors. This report is to consider a request for a reduction or a full waiver of infrastructure charges which are payable in relation to an approved animal keeping at Airport Drive and Wellcamp, which is known as the RSPCA. On the 7th of November 2018, Council issued a change approval for material change of use for animal keeping on the subject land. On the same day, an amended infrastructure charges notice was issued in relation to the change approval for a total amount of $147,819.22 to be paid in 4 stages as per the staging of the approved development. The RSPCA Queensland Limited is registered as a charity with the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profit Commission. On the 3rd of July 2020, Council issued a letter to the applicant's consultant advising that Council records showed that a change of use had occurred and that payment of infrastructure charges were due. On the 20th of October 2020, Council received a request to waive in full or in part the infrastructure charges or a deferral of those charges for the period that the premises is operated by a not-for-profit entity. The grounds of the request, generally if I could summarise, is that RSPCA is a not-for-profit entity. Further construction is pending further donations. The facility has been closed to the public since late March due to COVID-19, having therefore no revenue for a number of months. The centre relies almost totally on volunteers to operate, and the facility is critical in the delivery of animal management and welfare in Toowoomba and the region. The council policy does not cater for a reduction or waiver of infrastructure charges for this type of development. It is therefore the office's recommendation that council refuse the request for a reduction or waiver of infrastructure charges levied through the infrastructure charges notice in relation to this development, on the basis that the infrastructure charges have been calculated in accordance with council's charges resolutions based on the correct development category, being specialised use, and there is no council policy which allows the reduction or waiving of infrastructure charges for this development.
Thanks, Sophie. Councillors, questions or comments?
Question.
Councillor McDonald.
Madam Chair, just a couple of questions. Thank you very much. Through you to Sophie, perhaps. Sophie, there's a commercial element to this, the RSPCA being the boarding kennels for animals. Do you know what the cost or infrastructure charge would be for that element of the whole proposal?
I have looked into that. So as you say, there is a portion that is commercial. The rest of it relates to animal welfare. There are 2 particular buildings that appear to relate to that kind of commercial aspect to do with a boarding kennel and a cattery enclosure. Depending on the particular charge, so there's a stormwater charge and a land use charge. So based on the stormwater charge, that commercial component would be equivalent to 17.9% of the stage 1 charge for stormwater.
Okay.
I think that comes in around in the order of about $6,600 odd. And then for the land use charge for stage 1, that commercial component is equivalent to 6.5%, which is roughly in the order of $5,370.
Thank you. And that's part of the first stage?
Yes.
Okay, another question is around the use of RSPCA and whether they are regarded as an essential service for a community.
I'm not sure, I suppose, as to what kind of comment I can make on that, as to what is defined as an essential service. My understanding of the development is that in relation to the animal welfare side of things, that they are, taking in animals that are needing care or in that sort of arrangement. So whether or not there is a community need for that, whether it's considered essential, I'm not sure if I can comment on that. But there is that animal welfare component of the development, which does appear, in my review, to be the majority of the development. But that commercial component is just 2 buildings in the stage 1. Yeah.
Yes, if I just follow up just further to that, Council relies on the RSPCA to perform some duties for us under agreement Council has with RSPCA, and I gather what would Council do if RSPCA wasn't doing that, and the cost to the community?
I'm not aware of that arrangement, I'm sorry, but there is a building here that is shown on the approved plans to be a council enclosure, but what arrangement that was between council and RSPCA, I'm afraid I don't know. I'd have to look
just
into
get the
that.
CEO to talk about that arrangement, then the arrangement, what RSPCA arrangement with council in terms of disposal of our animals. That's what you're talking about. So
Shay's probably over it as well.
Oh, beg your pardon. Okay.
Would you like to delegate that? Yeah. Okay. Thanks. Look, the arrangement, and obviously General Manager Hauser or Jeffrey's aren't here at the moment, obviously with this, but essentially the arrangement that we have with the RSPCA is basically we pay the RSPCA $220 per animal. So essentially the RSPCA takes every animal that gets that ends up in our animal management.
What was that figure? Sorry, just
$220 per animal. It works out to be, I don't know, I'd have to seek clarification on what it works out to be over an annual basis, but $220 per animal we pay to the RSPCA, and they take all of those animals that end up in our, obviously through animal management, except for those that are deemed dangerous, etc. So that's the arrangement. So $220 per dog, cat, goat, chicken, you name it. That is. And to answer the question that was asked before about what would we do without that, well, again, without speaking for the General Manager, I'd suggest that we wouldn't have another option, or it would be a cost to Toowoomba Regional Council to undertake the full gambit, I suppose, of operating that service.
I'll come back to you, Councillor Carl, or did I have Councillor McMahon beforehand?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Josie, Sophie, sorry. Sophie, I just wonder whether your calculations are in fact a little bit on the lean side around the commercial component. When you base them on 2 buildings out of that development, and you give a percentage of 17.9% and 6.51 for stormwater, and what was the second one? 6.5%?
That's correct, 6.5%. Yeah. So the reason why there's a difference there.
Well, just
yeah.
I'm not so arguing so much the percentage. I'd prefer to take a broader view, and that is, and the reason why I'm questioning your basis on which you've formulated the commercial component. Anyone would know that is in any business for that matter, but in this sector, there will be logistics costs around transport, of which this is part of the development outside of those 2 building footprints. There will be administrative costs outside of the footprint of these 2 buildings. And there will be storage costs entailed in that, and disposal of animals and all those sorts of things associated. So I'm questioning whether the assessment around the commercial component is way too lean. And I think if we're going to make a decision today, we probably need to ground-proof that a little bit more. If we're of a mind to give reductions outside of a commercial component. I'm suggesting the commercial component would be far greater in the context of the whole development, because you can't do half a business.
Councillor McMahon and then Councillor Summerfield.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Sophie. Well, sorry, Bill, would you...
Sorry?
Question.
No, I just wanted an
answer.
Officer's view on...
Sorry, yeah.
Oh, sure. I could see your point. Where I got this information from was basically where I could put a line around it, because as you say that there are some administration type activities that you could obviously relate to the boarding kennels or the cattery enclosure, but it's difficult for me to, I guess, put a line around what I would think the administration function would be within that particular building A for administration would be. So instead of me just arbitrarily finding a particular number in there, I based it on the actual buildings where that commercial element occurs, on the basis that that administration building would probably be there in any case, whether or not the commercial dog kennel and commercial cat enclosure would be there. But it might be, I just found it hard to try to come to any other amount of area.
It's not the case.
Yeah.
Part of the overall development, isn't it? So I'm just think we probably need to unpack that a little bit more. Anyway.
Councillor McMahon, go to you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Sophie, I just wanted to take you back a notch and ask you in generally. So we have our charges resolution policy that allows us to discount these certain things where appropriate, right? And if it's in line with the policy. And just in line with, the last one was a commercial use multi-dwelling development where it was in line with the policy and we were allowed to do it. And you know, that's a commercial, this is a non-for-profit in the business of animal welfare, and it's not in line with the policy because the category doesn't exist, is what it says in the reasons for the recommendation. So I'm struggling a little bit with, and I raised a motion in the earlier around consistency from one category. I don't know if there's an easy answer that how can a commercial development that its core business is to make money be approved for a waiver of infrastructure charges but a non-for-profit not? Is there a simple answer to that?
Currently, there are policies in place for incentives in townships and other sorts of things. Currently, there isn't a policy in place to do with not-for-profit or charitable organisations to do with infrastructure charges waiving or deferring. So what the report is saying is that there's simply just there isn't a policy in existence for this particular circumstance.
Thanks for the clarification. I get the last one was a regional town that has its own policy, but I mean, can we look at writing one for specialised use or non-for-profit or something like, so we've got something to go off rather than just saying, sorry, the policy doesn't exist. You know, too bad, so sad, can't do it. How do we go about doing that just to offer some form of consistency?
Well, I don't know that Sophie needs to answer that, but I mean, we have in the past called for a policy on this because it is too confusing. We're just flapping around in the wind, trying to kick something through goals that nobody know what the goalposts are. So we have in the past asked for, because we're making decisions that are completely arbitrary and it's inconsistent and unfair. So I'll get the CEO to comment on the progress of that.
Councillors, the interpretation that was supposed to be corrected in this report, but it wasn't. There is a policy that exists. It's just that this circumstance is not in the policy. So if that's the case, all you need to do is change the policy. Change the or amend the policy so it includes these circumstances. So there is a policy that says under these types you get a reduction, but this kind of operation is not within the policy. So you don't need a whole new policy. All you need is to include it or amend your policy.
may I just make a comment? That I think where we sit, precedent is a very vital, dangerous thing, and rather than choosing our goalposts every time, I'd really like to see something invested into adding this into said policy. That would be great. Thank you.
And I note within the report it does say that one of the risks are sort of reputationally that we are making decisions that, what is the wording? Such risks may be reduced if the requests were able to be considered under a relevant policy. So I'm a bit confused now. I thought that we didn't have a policy, General Manager Summers.
The policies that we do have don't cover this particular circumstance, and Council has considered these in the absence of policy for some categories of use. Council has relied upon precedent in that it's, and there is a long list of precedents that provide some assurity that Council is not acting arbitrarily. The policy that the councillors are talking about certainly is a priority and will be one that we'll bring to Council in the new year. I think what's brought this to a head this time is that there's a number of these requests that have come to Council, and it makes it a little more difficult. But in situations like this one, Council has made previous determinations, and I guess I would invite councillors, if they wish to have an alternative motion placed on the table, to go in that direction.
Just remind you too that the list that has been supplied here and in some of the other reports isn't the exhaustive list. So the officers try and provide some precedent that may be relevant to some of these applications, but it's not the exhaustive list. So to my mind, I find that a little, it's even harder to make it be consistent with the decision making.
Sorry to put you on the spot, Sophie. I know that wasn't really your question to answer, but thank you guys for helping.
Councillor McDonald.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, given the conversation from Councillor Carl in regard to the amount of commercial space, that and maybe that needs to be looked into between now and next week to be clarified. But based on your information you put forward today, I'm more than happy to put forward a motion that supports a level of reduction of 50% for the non-commercial area of this development. The reasons I'll give I can do shortly, but it effectively means that we're deferring 50% of the infrastructure charges except for the commercial component. The commercial component, it reads to me, based on your figures, Sophie, was about $12,045.30. So the motion that that could be put forward is that Council grant a deferral of payment $7,886.96 for the infrastructure charges levied in the infrastructure charges notice on the 7th of November in relation to the development, reducing the total payable charge for the development from $147,812.22 to $79,932.26. And that includes 50% of the non-commercial plus 100% of the commercial. And that is until such time as the use is operated by a for-profit organisation or the entity or the use changes, and that the owner of the land, obviously subject to the permit, enter into an infrastructure agreement with Council for the deferral of the charges to the amount of $67,886.96 until such time as the use by the operated by a not-for-profit organisation or entity is changed, making the total charge payable to be $79,932.26. And the reasons I think were highlighted through the conversation is around the important component that RSPCA have with Toowoomba Regional Council providing a service that one could argue is an essential service Animals, after all, play a very important role in our community, and one could treat as an essential service, which would then, in fact, align with the policy, which probably is a conversation where we have that policy discussion. But that's the motion and that's the reason.
Thank you. Councillor Summerfield is seconding. Do you want to speak?
Oh, I think I've spoken just with the reason, I think.
Right, sorry?
I had previously had my hand up to say that I appreciate the work that Sophie did in trying to work out the non-profit versus the profitable. I really appreciated the effort you made in preparation for today's meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Summerfield. Did you have a comment, Councillor Bonham?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Councillor McDonald. I just have a question about how you came to the 50% figure.
No, it's
Why not 60, 70, 40?
Very good question. It is arbitrary. I guess I base it on previous applications in other things that we've considered as a 50% reduction. And I think the relationship we have with RSPCA should be a partnership, and in many respects should be a 50-50 partnership with a lot of what we do, which is where I've landed on that figure. I'm not fixed on it, but I think it's a figure that reflects a relationship that's important in our community, and one that is, in my mind, an essential service that council then doesn't have to provide for the community. It's provided through the RSPCA, and therefore 50% reduction was reasonable.
Any further questions or comments before?
Can we see the motion when
Wendy's just getting it.
Wendy are putting it up there now? And the question, I guess, is can we clarify the commercial component between now and the ordinary meeting? Is that too?
Well,
based on some of the issues I raised.
So I don't know if Wendy is that, but she's a bit busy, but I did bring along some of the plans that I based that on, so you could have a look at it yourself. Yep. So if Wendy has just a moment to be able to bring up those plans.
You know, I'm suggesting that we have a look between now and next Tuesday.
All right.
I understand the buildings you've identified. To arbitrarily remove two buildings as a component of an application and not look at the reality of functional operation and costings, the commercial component. They're not going to conduct administrative buildings within the commercial building. They're going to use the administrative building. They're not going to buy separate vehicles to transport animals to and from. They're not going to build a separate storage shed. You know what I mean? So there is an element that should really be considered. And I'm just asking, will that be further clarified between now and next Tuesday's meeting? Otherwise, I'd probably have to, based on the time that this request came in, which was yesterday, and the amount of preparation that you officers have had, I would have to be speaking against this motion, given the fact that it's been somewhat made on the run, I feel.
Danielle, did you want to comment on whether that's possible to get a quantum around the...
Councillors, I think as Sophie's indicated, there are, I guess in effect, two uses occurring here. You've got the RSPCA animal welfare aspect, as well as then what you might call the commercial aspect of the bordering kennel or cattery. So Sophie's probably done as good a job as she can do in terms of trying to, I guess, have a justification for identifying that, or those buildings that are purely utilised for what you would call a commercial purpose. And yes, there's going to probably be some overlap to some extent, because obviously for economies of scale there's going to be that. But in terms of us being able to look at a plan and determine what that is, I don't think it would be possible probably for us to provide any further clarity. We've done, I guess, the best that we can in terms of having what we consider as at least a justifiable position on what we feel is the commercial component, and I don't know that we would come back if we came back next week with any additional or different view, unfortunately.
Thanks, Danielle. So the alternative motion has been put and seconded. Is there anyone who wants to debate that? Councillor O'Shea?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Does me, or is the mover, are you done?
I've had councillor speak for, I guess, and then...
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I speak against this motion for a couple of reasons. One, we talk about what the policy is and goalposts, and it's not really clear. Well, to me, I'm probably in the minority here, but to me it's really clear. I think this council has shown a very clear direction of which it's gone under these in the past. Of that table that we've been provided, I'm a little bit concerned now that you say that's not the full exhaustive list, but that list that comes with this report, there's 28 examples of requests of this nature. 21 times we've given 100%. And on 2 of the occasions when we didn't, it was exactly like this, where there's a not-for-profit arm and there's a commercial arm, and we gave 100% to the not-for-profit arm. So to me, and precedent and things we brought up here, and without a policy, the policy, again, as I said, to me is a pretty simple one, is that the policy suggests that we don't give any, yet it comes back to this table. So it comes down to the determination of those that are sitting around the table. That's where the policy sits at the moment. And as I said, on 21 or 28 occasions, we've given 100%. And this has been proven that it's a not-for-profit. So I just feel, we talk about plucking an arbitrary number, I have the same sentiment in wanting to come up with a number, of course, where we give a waiver, but I just can't understand the 50. So to me, in all due respect, I feel as though that I'm happy to foreshadow a motion should this one go down, that we go to 100% of the not-for-profit portion of this.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I know we've talked about, the best that we've got to quantify that is the figures that Sophie's given before. But that's my reasoning for why. As I said, I just think we've set a direction and a precedent here of going 100% for not-for-profit. And I've said it's identical to others that have, we've had hospitals, we've had lifelines, we've had life flights, educational establishments. So there's clear-cut examples in the past where we've given 100%. And to me, I can't justify this one being any different. So that's why I foreshadow that motion.
Thanks, Councillor O'Shea. Is there anyone speaking for the motion? Councillor McMahon?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I agree with the sentiments that we are literally plucking numbers out of air, and with the absence of this policy that we may have our personal precedents to deal with, but I'm speaking for it, but I'd like to see this revisited and this written out. Certainly in the precedents I've been in, I've decided 50% is a good number, and I'm happy to put that forward again in speaking for this.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Anyone else to speak against? Councillor Carl?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I speak against purely on the issues I raised before. It's rubbery. This request has come in a rush in the last 2 days. We all know it's pretty, what did you say, rubbery? The other thing that we need to consider here is this is a large, yes, it does a very good work, extremely good work, provides an important service to the community, particularly around our animal welfare, extremely important. However, this is a large national organisation. How would other boarding kennel owners in this region feel about council giving them a free kick, albeit not on the commercial component, but they're intrinsically linked as part of the development in a staged manner? How does that look? I, yet again, argue on the basis of equity, but I think I'll get rolled, so I speak against this motion, not for the same reasons as Councillor O'Shea, but the reasons as I've just put.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. Anyone else to speak for the motion? Okay, so we have the alternative motion that's been moved and seconded. All those in favour of the 50%? One, two, three, four, five, which is... Okay. Well, I'm voting in favour of the 50%. Okay. And so the motion's carried. I got that right? Yes. Okay. Now I need a division. So we'll just keep our hands up for Wendy. This is one of the new rules or something. I'm not sure whether it's new, but it's in committee. If someone's had a conflict, you need to record a division. Jeff, Kerry, Nancy, and Tim. That's right. 2, 4, 5. Let's add someone else. That's all right. 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We're missing someone?
We've got one missing, remember?
Yeah. Oh, sorry, yeah. All right. We're right?
Shall I go and bring Councillor Taft?
I think we're right. Thank you. Well, I'm not in charge of the finance, Okay. So we move to item 11, which is another similar sort of thing, same but different, which is a request for a discount or waiver infrastructure charges for a development permit for a material change of use for extension to the educational establishment at 38 to 44 Gerard Street, Middle Ridge. And we have Peter. Thank you, Swan.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Good morning, councillors, members of the public and council officers. The report before you considers a request for a discount or waiver of infrastructure charges for a development permit for a material change of use for an extension to educational establishment at 34 to 44 Gerard Street, Middle Ridge. Could we please have attachment 2, Wendy? The approved extension to educational establishment is located in an area of the school grounds previously containing an open grass sports oval and comprises a 2-storey structure with a maximum height of 10.92 metres above ground level and a gross floor area of 1,113 square metres. It includes home and economics classrooms, storage rooms for sporting equipment, amenities, a tuck shop and multi-purpose sporting courts. An infrastructure charges notice was issued on the 16th of September 2020 in relation to the development permit with a total infrastructure charge of $178,071.60. On the 5th of October and the 9th of November 2020, representatives of the operators of the educational establishment wrote to council seeking a reduction or waiver of the infrastructure charges levied in the infrastructure charges notice. Among other matters, the request as summarised below states, the infrastructure charges levied are not within the allocated budget for the proposed development. Use of the multi-purpose indoor court is more aligned with the use of an indoor sport and recreation facility, and the infrastructure charges levied should reflect the actual demand on council's trunk infrastructure networks. And the educational establishment has previously constructed stormwater infrastructure on Gerard Street, which was designed to cater for the approved development, and the operator is a not-for-profit organisation. Officer's assessment of the request is detailed in this report. The council policy doesn't cater for a reduction or waiver of infrastructure charges for this type of development under these circumstances. Accordingly, it is recommended that council refuse the request for a discount of the infrastructure charges levied in the infrastructure charges notice dated 16th of September 2020 as per the recommendation within this report.
Thanks, Peter. Councillor McMahon.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for the report. Just wondering, in the reason, the development category was residential, and I'm wondering why a school is categorised as residential.
Development category is residential.
Reasons for the recommendation based on the correct development category to residential, and council does not cater for reduction of waiver infrastructure types.
It's a typographical error. Or actually, it is low medium density residential zone. Could we go to the site characteristics? I think it's in the executive summary.
So why is it because it's the land zoning, not what they've done with it?
So the charge category, the charge category shouldn't have been residential. The charge category would have been for the educational establishment, which is essential services, I believe. But any credit on the land available would have been credited as residential, if there was any available.
That made no sense.
Might need a little bit further explanation for councillor.
Yeah, I know. Could we please have a look at what we're looking at? It's a typographical error. Yeah. So the infrastructure charges notice in the attachment. In the attachment, we'll list the correct charge category. So if we could go to that, we can change that reason for the recommendation. That's what the charge category is? Yeah, educational facility. So in that reasons, we can change that to educational facility.
Glad we clarified that.
That was a good pick up, councillor McMahon.
I'm happy to move the motion as it stands, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. We might just... okay, well... so we've got a mover and a second.
Mover and a second now. Questions?
I would like the opportunity for people to ask some questions, though.
Yes, I'd like to ask a couple.
The appropriate time.
Councillor McDonald, did you have a question?
I do have a question, actually. Just thank you, through you, Madam Chair, through to Peter or whomever. The way this was calculated, the calculating measure, and I see the request has come through that largely the use will be sport and rec. What would be the difference in infrastructure charges if it were to be assessed as a sport and recreation facility? So
if you calculate the indoor court areas as indoor sport and recreation, it comes out at about $93,000 as the total charge. So that's a discount of 80 odd thousand.
Well, no, can I just qualify that? It's not a discount. It's actually...
Oh, correct. Yeah.
And of a use.
Correct.
It's different. So
correct.
I'll foreshadow a changed motion if this is lost to reflect that information and assessed as a sport and rec if this gets lost.
Mm-hmm. Is there any other questions before we go into debate?
There are, Madam Chair, and should that happen, then how do we know it's going to be used for sport and rec? I'd like to know, is this school open to all students except for Justice Faith? And number two is if the so-called indoor sport and rec area is open to for use, because most sport and rec areas that we support are open to public use or outside use as well.
So Richard Evans here, a representative of the school, perhaps he might like to speak to that. Otherwise, from my understanding and my conversations with the school, it is primarily used for indoor sport and rec. Obviously, they will have school assemblies and things like that. Presentation nights. I did ask the question when I did meet with Richard about it being used by other members of the community, and that's certainly in their representations, I believe. But there's no agreements or anything like that. It's a facility that may be available in the future. That's my understanding.
Very surprising.
Are there any further questions, Councillor O'Shea?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to probably Peter. So this is another one where it's a not-for-profit. So have we had any examples in the past along these lines where as a not-for-profit? We mentioned that. I just like the table here is. I'm just finding it hard to get a like for a like with any of those. Have we had any examples in the past of not-for-profits of this particular nature?
Not-for-profit in regards educational establishments in particular, or just not-for-profits in general?
Educational facilities.
No, but no, not off the top of my head, sorry, councillor. But there is those tables in the reports, yeah.
Councillors, in relation to any previous or historical discounts for educational establishments as opposed to not-for-profits, because a lot of educational establishments are probably not-for-profit. Since about 2012, there have been 3 decisions of council to reduce, waive or defer infrastructure charges. So there was, back in April 2015, there was a decision of council in relation to the entity of Lifeline, Darling Downs and South West Queensland. So it wasn't like a school as such, but it was for an educational establishment. There was a discounted or waived amount of $36,180, so the entirety of the infrastructure charges. On also 21st of April was 63 Ruthven Street, Toowoomba, and that was for the Catholic Diocese. Waiver of the entirety of their infrastructure charges of $17,080. The only more recent example is 10th of March 2020, which was 56, and I'm going to get the pronunciation wrong, Duhig, D-U-H-I-G Street at Toowoomba, which was for the Toowoomba Regional Group Apprenticeship Co. And that was 100%, I think that was a deferral of their infrastructure charges, which were $53,340. So only 3 examples since about 2012.
So 3 past examples of 100%. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Councillor Von Hoff?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I just would like to drill down a little bit more on the rationale behind the assessment and the decision to assess it in the way that you did, rather than the way that Councillor McDonald has proposed in the foreshadowed motion.
Okay, so it's a good question, councillor, and through you, Madam Chair. It's not so much a matter of how I've assessed it, it's how the infrastructure, well, charges resolution number 4 is applied. And the development permit has been given for extension to educational establishment. Once the development permit is given, the infrastructure charges provisions of the Planning Act come into effect, essentially. We go to our charges resolution and we look at the charge category for what an educational establishment is, and then we charge the applicable rate. If the use applied for was a mixture of educational establishment and indoor sport and rec, the charges would have been calculated in that way. But because the development permit is for educational or extension to educational establishment, and that is the use of that building, that's how the area has been charged.
Answer your question, Councillor Von Hoff. Okay, so we have a motion, a mover and a seconder. Or does anyone want to go into any debate? No. So all those in favour that of the recommendation of refusal for reduction in infrastructure charges. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's carried. Move on to item number 12, which is for something different, a request for infrastructure charge discount in accordance with the temporary economic development incentives for district townships, policy 2.32 for material change of use code, emergency services at Gowrie Street, Kingsthorpe. Tamara, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, councillors. The request is for a discount of infrastructure charges for an approved material change of use for emergency service at Gowrie Street, Kingsthorpe. The application approved an additional shed to be used to house an additional water tanker. The application was approved on the 18th of October 2017, and a negotiated infrastructure charges notice was issued with a total charge of $7,077.50. The resulting charges were calculated in accordance with charges resolution number 2. On September 2020, the applicant submitted a request for an infrastructure charges discount in accordance with the policy. The request was found to be eligible for a discounted charge as it met the stipulated requirements. In accordance with the policy, the discount amount is to be determined by Council in its absolute discretion. It is noted that Council previously granted 100% discount to the John Darien Rural Fire Brigade, being a volunteer-run essential service. Given that the request was made in accordance with the district township's policy and meets those requirements, it is the officer's recommendation that 100% discount also be applied on the basis that the Gowrie Little Plains Rural Fire Brigade is a volunteer-run essential service. Thank you.
Thanks, Tamara. Any questions, comments? Councillor, moving? Recommendation for, you seconding?
Second that. Madam Chair, I'd just like to say that the Gowrie Little Plain Rural Fire Brigade is a very vibrant and strong fire brigade, and very, very much deserving of this.
Mover and a seconder. Anyone want to move into debate? No? All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Thank you, Tamara. That was an easy one. Item number 13 is a request for an infrastructure charges discount in accordance again with the temporary economic development incentives for district townships, and this is for Toowoomba Road, Oakey. Thank you, Peter.
Good morning, councillors, although my stomach's starting to get a bit rumbly. Anyway, this report, attachment 3, please, Wendy. This report considers a request for an infrastructure charges discount in accordance with the Temporary Economic Development Incentives District Townships Policy 2.32 for a development approval for reconfiguring one lot into 6 lots and access easement at Lot 1 Toowoomba Road, Oakey. A decision notice for the development approval was issued on the 5th of June 2017 and was accompanied by an infrastructure charges notice. The total infrastructure charge payable pursuant to the infrastructure charges notice was $113,625. A request for an infrastructure charges discount under the policy was received by Council on the 14th of October 2020. The request seeks to reduce the amount of infrastructure charges payable for the development in accordance with the policy. Assessment of the request is detailed in the report, and it is considered the request satisfies the criteria for the policy, and it is therefore recommended that the request be approved in accordance with the policy and the recommendation within this report.
Thanks, Peter. Any questions or comments, councillors? Councillor Carl, you moving? Anyone seconding? Councillor Antonio? Want to move into debate? No? All those in favour of the approval? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Thanks, Peter. You up again, are you?
I think so.
So item number 14 is a request for a reduction of or waiver of infrastructure charges in relation to the development permit, material change of use for place of worship, 217 West Street and 82 Stevens Street, Harristown.
Okay. This report considers a request for a reduction or waiver of infrastructure charges in relation to a development approval for a development permit for a material change of use of place of worship and caretakers accommodation at 217 West Street and 82 Stevens Street, Harristown. The development application was approved under delegation by council officers on the 24th of April 2019. The approved development comprises rebuilding and extension of the existing mosque, reconfiguration of the approved vehicle access and parking arrangement, conversion of the existing dwelling house to caretakers accommodation, and the inclusion of additional land, being the land immediately to the north of, west of the site, which has since been amalgamated to form the subject allotment. On the same day, an infrastructure charges notice was issued in relation to the development approval. The charge levied in the infrastructure charges notice is $28,751.25. On 18 November 2020, Council received a request from the Toowoomba Islamic Charitable Trust to waive in full or in part the infrastructure charges levied in the infrastructure charges notice. The grounds of the request are reproduced verbatim in the report and may be summarised as follows. The mosque has been damaged by fire twice. The Islamic organisation are a non-profit charity organisation. The organisation currently has insufficient funds to complete the project. The COVID-19 pandemic has affected fundraising activities for the organisation. The organisation contributes to humanitarian causes such as homeless people via roses and firefighters, and the completed mosque will be an icon of Toowoomba. The council policy does not cater for a reduction or waiver of infrastructure charges for this type of development in these circumstances. It is therefore recommended that the council refuse the request in accordance with the recommendation within this report.
Any questions or comments, councillors? Councillor McDonald?
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Peter. Is this does this organisation have a previous infrastructure for the original application? Is there any other applications outstanding?
Yes, so there was a negotiated decision notice issued in 2018, which was also accompanied by an infrastructure charges notice. It hasn't been paid yet. This infrastructure charges notice basically charges the same thing again, plus the extension was enlarged in the second application. So it would be a case where, because they hadn't enacted either of the approvals, if they enacted that one, that would be the charge that was payable. If they enacted this second approval and did the extension a little bit differently, did all their car parking, etc., that would be applicable, and it would actually cover the charges that, well, that development permit wouldn't be relevant.
Okay, so this one would replace the other charge. So
Essentially, yes.
There's only one charge, yeah. Okay, thanks.
Councillor Shine?
So a question, I'm just trying to look at similar examples that have been provided in terms of religious organisations, and there are only four I think that I quickly pick out. One was the Catholic for extension to educational services, and that was a total discount of 17,000 odd. One for the Baptist Union, retirement facility residential, that was round about nearly half, I think. One for Churches of Christ, dual occupancy, whatever that is, total, or a half rather, and one for Adventist Development and Relief Agency community use. Total amount. There seems to be an inconsistency there.
Councillors, there have been no discounts, waivers, deferrals granted by council for places of worship, for use for a place of worship, so there are no examples. There are some examples. For example, the Church of Christ, I think you mentioned, has developed things like retirement development or high care. So sometimes you'll have some of those organisations that will undertake other uses, and the dual occupancy use, for example. But for use for a place of worship, there have been none since July 2012. There have been no discounts, waivers or anything granted by council for that type of use.
Councillor Carl and Councillor McMahon.
Subject to any questions, I'm happy to move as per the recommendation.
Okay, do you have a seconder? Councillor McMahon, are you seconding that? No?
I was asking a question, sorry.
Okay. Well, let me get your question first, Councillor McMahon.
Oh, look, thank you. Let me go to that. I was just wondering, the reasons given I don't see as really fit to waive the infrastructure charges, but I do know there is a hardship concession, and I'm wondering if their previous history with arson attacks may qualify for the hardship, and how that works.
I'm not sure, councillor, whether you're talking about rates. Maybe they have some hardship provisions, but there's no hardship provisions included in the charges resolution in relation to infrastructure charges. Council would need to make a decision if it felt that there was a warrant for a discount or waiver of the charges.
Almost wise cross, thanks for the clarification.
Easily done, Councillor McMahon, don't worry. So we have a mover.
Just another
sorry, we're going for more questions?
Following on Danielle's answer before, that since 2012, I think, there's been no approval for places of worship. Have there been any applications for approval for places of worship?
Yes, I would say there would have been a number of applications, not a lot, but there would have been applications for place of worship.
Did I have any? Yes, sorry.
As has been raised by Councillor McDonald a couple of times today, this applicant would certainly qualify for deferral of payment of that under our current standing policy on deferral of infrastructure charges, and we can negotiate the timing of that deferral.
So,
Councillor Taylor?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I might, I think this is, I realise this is going against policy, but I think that this situation is rather a special situation in what has happened there.
Debate?
Might be, I think.
Yeah.
Well, we've got a mover.
I guess
we can go into debate if you'd like to. Got a mover. Do we have a seconder for the recommendation? Councillor Summerfield. Councillor, I'll come back to you, Councillor Taylor, if you want to. Councillor Carl, did you want to speak, moving the motion?
Short and sweet. Consistency. The officer clearly pointed out there's no examples of which council has given concession for a place of worship, and this is clearly an associated activity or development on the site associated with a place of worship, not for any other purpose. So consistent. That's why I put the motion.
Have someone speak against the motion?
Can I ask a question? Sorry, Madam Chair. Just on that point, can I just get clarification? So, has there been applications for a waiver that have been rejected, or has there been no application? Like, are we clean slate, or?
There have been no requests for waiver of infrastructure charges. So it's not that they've been requests and they've been refused, there's just been none at all.
Okay. So you'd like to speak against?
Yeah, yep. Sure. Thanks, Madam Chair. So pretty much just rewind and say what I said earlier on the other one. So the reasons I stand behind this, I'm in favour of, well, I'll flag an alternate motion should this one go down of 100% whilst it remains a not-for-profit. For the reasons I mentioned sort of before. So the most consistent element that I can go on this is that not-for-profit element of it. So to repeat what I said before, 21 of the 28 that we've done since 2013, we've given 100% waiver to, and 2 that we didn't, we gave the not-for-profit portion of the entity. So really 23 of the last 28 we've given there. So I think there's a clear example of that. This is clearly a not-for-profit organisation. So without repeating myself from earlier, for all the reasons I stated with the earlier one, is why I speak against this, and as I said, will foreshadow that shall it go down, I wish to move an alternate of 100%.
Thanks, Councillor Shea. Anyone speak in favour?
Sorry, Madam Chair, may I just ask a question at this late stage through you? The outstanding notice from 2018, was there ever an application, seemingly not, for a waiving or a deferral of those fees?
There was not.
Okay, thank you.
Speak
Or against, Chair, am I allowed a point of clarification?
I think so, yes.
In regard to Councillor O'Shea's 21 of 28, 100% reduction for non-for-profit. We've had 2 previous non-for-profits today. One was a 50%, one was a 0%. I'm wondering if just non-for-profit is the only criteria. Like, I mean, the way we've seemed to have done it today is hospitals or education facilities or places of worship. I'm wondering if it's valid to just say non-for-profit, 100%, no questions asked, or different categories of, which I think is the precedent that we've set around this room today. Just wondering about that.
Is that to me?
Sure.
Through you, Madam Chair. Well, I can't answer that for you. That's up to you. I'm saying why I've put this position forward is because I've seen clear consistency of what this council has done through that. So as I said, using those 28, not including the couple today, where we've given 100%. So, and the underlying factor, or the thing that it comes back to, is they are a not-for-profit. And in the examples where we didn't give, 2 of those examples where we did not give 100%, we gave 100% to the not-for-profit element of it. So, in terms of how everyone else interprets that around the table, that's obviously a personal choice. But to clarify, that's there is no policy to say what is or isn't, as I said. So I take it as I've looked through the examples I've had in the past, and that's the position I feel comfortable voting on, and that's why I support 100%. As same with the previous.
Madam Chair, question? Can I ask a question? Thank you. The outstanding infrastructure notice that we're talking about, was that prior to the 2 arson attacks?
No, because the
Speak into the microphone, Peter, if you would, thanks.
the second approval was for the first approval was for rebuilding the mosque, so it was after an arson attack.
But there were 2 arson attacks.
Yeah, I'm not sure where in the time in that it was that the decision, the negotiated decision notice was given after both.
Now, where am I up to with the for and against? We're all done? Speaker for?
Speaker against.
Okay. With that, then, Councillor Carl, would you like an opportunity to sum up?
Seconder doesn't want to speak?
Fine, thanks.
Okay. I put the recommendation as the officer's recommendation because I believe we're being consistent. Let's not let emotion influence some planning decisions here. And it's a tragedy that that anyone could conduct themselves in a way that's outside of the law to torture premises. However, we're being asked to consider on a policy basis and planning matters here outside of personal circumstances. If we were asked to do that on every occasion or application that comes before us, then I think we would have a very different view on how we would approach infrastructure charges and planning matters. However, the officers more than ably stated the reasons. We don't have any precedent. Whether there's been applications or not is irrespective. We currently have a position as council, and I'd ask councillors to consider that in a context of consistency.
Okay, so the motion is, the recommendation is for refusal. All those in favour of the recommendation? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Did you get 6? Not me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Put your hands up again, thank you. Refusal. Right.
You up as well?
Right. It's a loss. A refusal. So was there an alternative motion, Councillor O'Shea? You foreshadowed.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. I put forward an alternate motion of help me with the words, please, staff, but just 100% whilst it remains a not-for-profit entity.
We right with the wording for that, yeah.
Wendy's got wording.
Okay.
I might get you to read out the recommendation, Councillor O'Shea. The motion, rather, the alternative motion.
Sure. So it is, the recommendation would be that council grants a deferral of $28,751.25 for the infrastructure charges levied in the infrastructure charges notice issued on the 24th of April 2019 in relation to development permit MCUC/2018/5914, reducing the total payable infrastructure charge for the development from $28,751.25 to nil deferred amount until such time as the use is operated by a for-profit organisation or the entity or the use changes. And two, and that the owner of the land, the subject development permit, that number, enter into an infrastructure agreement with council for the deferral of the infrastructure charges in the amount of $28,751.25 until such a time as the use is operated by a for-profit organisation or the entity or the use changes, making the total infrastructure charges payable to the amount of nil.
Are you happy with that? Yep. Councillor Shine has seconded it.
Question, Madam Chair.
Yeah.
My question is, doesn't it look a bit odd that pre-arranged motions that are distributed around the table, and I have, as a portfolio person, have had no discussion or knowledge prior, except for an email trail yesterday or yesterday. If I was a viewing member of the public, I'd be asking the question, how does that motion arrive at this table in a transparent manner?
Well, I think we have the difficulty. I'll get the officers to comment on it, but I think the officers are in the invidious position of trying to anticipate any alternative motion that might come from the floor.
And that's the reason for a public meeting, and that's the reason, the onus and responsibility on the councillor to actually provide an alternate motion, not for motions to be drafted outside of a meeting and be presented. And particularly, I find it rather offensive that I actually haven't even had the discussion as a portfolio person around this. Now, I'm sorry, but I'm raising it in the interest of the public. How, if I'm putting myself in the position of an observing member of the public.
Did you want to make a comment, Danielle?
Yes. At times, councillors will request that we draft an alternate motion. The basis for that is generally, obviously, there's planning speak and legal speak around the drafting of those motions. So, as an officer of the organisation, I don't have an issue if I'm requested by a councillor to draft something for them to do that. It's then ultimately up to the council as a whole, if that councillor puts a motion to council and you choose to agree with it or disagree with it. So I guess from a council officer, that's my perspective. But I will say in respect of this particular request that you're considering at the moment, there was no request made prior to this meeting for an alternate motion to be prepared. At times, we will prepare what we call a blank motion, which just has insert nominated amounts in the event that a councillor chooses to seek to move an alternate motion. The reason we do that is so that we're not here on the hop trying to draft up something, in a public forum. So we have, I guess, the shell prepared, and then it's up to the councillors to determine, well, what do they want to fill in the blanks with? So again, as an officer, I guess we do that for the reason of hopefully making the meeting proceedings move a little more smoothly and giving, I guess, councillors maximum flexibility to move alternate motions if they consider they'd like to.
Lost my train of thought now.
Yeah, well, can I, Madam Chair, sorry, I've put that motion forward, but I do, in all due respect, Councillor Carl, I do take some umbrage to that statement because as I said, I haven't asked anybody to draft any form of. I haven't told anybody around the table where I stood. Actually, I came here probably expecting that I was going to, like I have in every other one, voted the way that I did. Didn't think I'd even, always might even get up. But So I actually think I'm actually glad the officers did, because as I said, I was left on the hop to say, well, what wording do I need now to put this forward? So, and as I said, I'm going to sound like a broken record, 21 of the last 28. We've said 100%, so it'd probably be a fair assumption from an officer to say maybe there's a chance that this will end up where it does.
I need to clarify myself, Madam Chair. I'm not taking aim at you at all, Councillor O'Shea. I'm actually highlighting a process that I don't think is appropriate. I think there should be a better way of it arriving at alternate motions, and I'm merely suggesting if any of us around this table want to put an alternate motion, then it's our responsibility, and officers should not be put in a predicament of drafting on the proviso that something could go a certain way. That is not outside of this forum, outside of this meeting, and we're under pressure from changing legislation continually. We've been told we can't have briefing sessions. They've got to be kept to a minimum, and yet we get a pre-prepared motion. It's nothing to do with you. It's more about the process of how they're arriving here, and it's also to do with requests of officers from a councillor when there hasn't been any discussion with portfolio councillors on the matter as well.
I understand what you're saying, Councillor Carlin. We have obviously this is going around and around, and we do need some clarification around it. Mr. CEO, did you want to comment at all?
Certainly, councillors got every right to ask an officer through the general manager to assist them to assist the councillor to put into words in an appropriate form a draft that they may or may not end up presenting at a council committee meeting, and for various reasons, and just to make sure, obviously, that the final recommendation that the council would like to, motion the council would like to put on the table is legal, makes sense, and takes into account various other areas. They may ask for some professional assistance by one of the officers through the general manager to help them draft that. That happens as a matter of course regularly throughout this organisation, and I encourage it to happen. But at the end of the day, when that proposed recommendation is drafted or assisted to be drafted through the general manager, the actual councillor is the final arbiter about what they're putting up to the council. So it's totally transparent in that the council law takes responsibility for putting up that motion. Totally transparent in that the appropriate place to deal with any motion that any councillor may wish to put is through the committee meeting, table it here, or through the council meeting. That process is happening and has happened, and I think every councillor, or most councillors in this room, would have used that process, and I don't see the point that you're raising.
Well, let me clarify just one step further, Mr. CEO. I totally take on board what you said about requests. Councillor O'Shea just said he didn't request anything. I'm talking about the requests that haven't been made by councillors. Well, and that I don't think is an appropriate process.
In preparation for meetings, officers here often apply their mind to what potential alternative recommendations may come up. In this case, there's been multiple times where alternative recommendations have come up. I think the council officers have probably quite correctly thought through some processes. It helps the meeting of potential outcomes. Often we give those to our minutes secretaries here, who can quickly have that ready if that scenario arises or not arises. So sometimes these things happen, and through experience the officer may determine that that is a likely outcome. If that can help the meeting happen, they'll have it sitting in a back pocket if that's necessary. That doesn't mean that's the position of the officer that they're trying to actually articulate. It's ultimately the council to put that any motion that they see fit to the table, and for the council to determine whether they actually want to agree with that as a whole or not.
Okay, so Councillor O'Shea has moved. Councillor Shine has seconded that we grant 100% waiver. It's up there on the screen. So all those in favour? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 is carried. Oh, the reasons. Councillor O'Shea, your reasons.
Well, I suppose it'd have to go on the consistency of previous decisions around not-for-profit organisations. I seek advice. Is that reason? Oh, that's well, that's why I moved the recommendation. So.
Okay, thank you. I think that'll be enough. Yeah.
Not-for-profit and charitable organisations.
And charitable organisations. You want to include that, Councillor O'Shea? Yeah.
Definitely.
And I suppose in closing that, we urge the bringing forward of a policy that tightens this up for everyone involved. I cannot express it more closely than that. Hallelujah, everyone says. That's right. Now, are we going to continue, Mr. CEO? Keep going?
I got one.
Okay. Well, yes, we've got my confidential. We'll do that at the end. Right at the end? Okay. So item number 12. Oh, no, beg your pardon. Oh, I'm getting lost. 15. I'm up to 15.
Yep, it could be quick.
Oh.
Thank you, Chair. Councillors, I'll be quick. These are the stats for October. We sealed 39 lots, which is in comparison to the September sealing of 151 lots. There are a number of allotments in the pipeline, but we can't seal, of course, until basically the developers have built their bits and pieces. And that's happening, and as soon as they're ready, which will probably be early in the new year, we'll be sealing a lot more lots. 47 houses in October, which is a floating number because we're still waiting for a lot of private certifiers to send in their particular pieces of paperwork, but at the moment we've got 47 houses in October and 89 compared to 89 in September. Building values in October were down as well, but again that's a floating number that will probably increase over the next couple of weeks as building certifiers do send in their paperwork late. And that compares to 57 million. That's 25 million October comparing to 57 million, 0.5 in September. Interestingly though, despite that drop, the growth, if you look at graph 12, the trend lines are pretty much the same as they've been for some months, with the values continuing to rise and the actual hard numbers dropping. Just very quickly, I'm working with the media area of council to come up with a slightly simpler version of the statistics, and it'll either replace what we have here or it'll be an adjunct to it, which will enable councillors to get a snapshot on the critical elements that you want to look at. And if you wanted to deep dive, well, it'll be still there for you to deep dive into. That's it. Any questions?
Thank you. Just very quickly, Stuart, in regard to the new lots sealed for October, you mentioned 39, which was probably well under what you anticipated it to actually be. I just wonder, you mentioned a couple of little things. I wonder whether the extension of the federal government's, albeit a reduced extension from January through to March, of going from 25 to 15,000, do you think that may help get to your projected targets, or do you think you might reevaluate your targets of sealed lots this financial year?
Well, I think the die is cast in terms of what we'll be receiving in applications for seal, because developers have committed, a number of our developers have committed to construct additional stages in their developments. It does take a while, takes 3, 4 or 5 months to actually complete a stage, and until the stages get to a point where we can take the various pieces of infrastructure on maintenance, then we can't seal. So, but the interesting thing is the developers can actually enter into contracts once they have the operational works approval, which enables them to construct, but they can't execute them until, of course, the titles are created through the sealing process. To answer your question, I think the pipeline is full, just that the wheels have got to keep moving and developers have got to complete the works. I think the federal government, increasing the time frame of that incentive will certainly continue the emphasis. But again, you've got to look at down the track, say around June, what the picture might be. Because the last thing we want to do is hit a cliff as well, which I'm sort of hoping the federal government will continue to, in this area for the next 12 months or so, to be incentivising building, because the building industry is a critical industry and employs so many people in our region.
Councillor Summerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stuart, you just mentioned earlier that some, multiple developers were going to ramp up their stages. So I'm just wondering how many. I'm aware of one. Can you advise how many are doing that?
Yes, there's a number. Dave Quinlan's not around, but I can think of 4 that have just received approvals or are receiving approvals for construction of further stages. But I won't name names at the moment.
I didn't want you to. I'm just concerned about the rental market, and we're going to end up with homeless people if we're not careful. More homeless people.
Yeah. I think the rental market and the new housing and the housing that's being provided in our estates are probably not closely linked. The rental markets are reliant on investors building units or buying existing houses and putting them onto the rental market. A number of new houses are, of course, rented out, but many of them are first home buyers or people moving up that are owner occupied. I think the rental market is a much broader market than the new home market. Happy to talk to you about that further.
Given that the vacancy rate is diminishing further and further, I really am concerned about it.
Yes, we all are. Yep.
Councillor Antonio?
In terms of land supply and some of the figures that were quoted to us at a recent luncheon here in town, with this burst, obviously, of land development, where will that put us in terms of land supply?
Oh, it's using up land supply, but I think from even the figures that were provided by Michael at that luncheon, there were 3 years of supply in the pipeline. State government believes there to be more than 3 years, but let's call it 3 years. We still have land to develop at the moment, today. There's no issue there. In fact, what's happening is it's not new land per se. It is additional or further stages that have already been approved in a general sense that are being brought on and constructed so that houses or land is available, titles are available for the market.
I guess the figure I was looking for was the quantum of blocks that are now on the table that weren't on the table 6 months ago.
Oh, okay. We're looking at about 150 to 200 prior to Christmas was the estimates I was given, and probably an equivalent after Christmas. So that would be equivalent of 400 lots.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonhomme?
I think actually that answered my question. I was going to ask that 39 sealed lots being below forecast, what would have, been a satisfying number for you, Stuart? But the Mayor's question got that answered, so thank you.
September was a pretty good month, actually. It's probably, if you looked at September, October, it's getting close, but yeah, we can do only what we can do, I guess, in terms of that. And the developers are out there very busy at the moment, so the consulting engineers and contractors. So it's all good. It's great from the economy's viewpoint.
Councillor Carl?
Yeah, just a comment, if I may, Madam Chair. Further to the question about the linkage, the perception of linkage between rental and new homes, subdivisions, land coming on the market. One of the challenges, I think, too, may be that rental properties, people who choose to build rental properties these days are potentially unable to bring them to the market at a reasonable price point for them to be an affordable rentable property. So that somewhat cancels out the rent availability. It can have a detriment too, in my view, and that's only my personal view, but rising building costs and that would reflect on that, I think, no doubt, but anyway. So I agree with your comments, General Manager Stewart, about rental properties not necessarily being connected to as an indicator of availability of land and new properties coming to market.
Mr GM, I don't really want to talk anymore about temporary incentive policy applications, but just in your table 10 in your report, you provide to us the applications that have been determined under delegation. So just explain to me why some are determined under delegation and then yet some of the other ones have come like they have come today.
Did you want to tackle this one, Daniel?
District, township ones, I know that.
I don't know, I'd have to have a look. I had thought that we were bringing, there might be historical ones, but for the most part in the previous months we've been bringing all requests for discounts under incentive policies to council for decision. So
I'm probably trying to make the point that if we have the policy, they fit within the policy, why do they need to come to council for a decision?
Because we sought advice from our legals branch and we're advised that for transparency and good governance, that even if a request complied with a policy that had been resolved by council, that we should be bringing these requests to council. However, I understand that there was a more recent inquiry with the same person in the legals area that suggested that if there was a policy that they may not need to be brought to council, which is completely contrary to the previous advice. So we will go back and clarify that, but the advice that we have in writing is that they should be coming to council.
I'd certainly like some clarification on that because it does seem like a silly sort of not a waste of our time, of course, but it's, that's
lack of
your job, yeah.
Equity or
Oh, well, just...
Chair, can I just say that I actually thought I remembered a couple of these coming to council, but maybe I'm incorrect, but I thought that certainly the Cambodia one did, and but I might be incorrect. But I think they did. I have to, you know, my memory tells me that.
I don't think that we've decided on any under delegation because of the advice that we had that they needed to come to council, so that may be an error.
Madam Chair, perhaps we could go and check that, because I think that I can remember at least 2 of these coming to council.
Well, I think we'll seek clarification from our legal counsel as well to let the officers do their job, which is under delegation. Yeah. General Manager might have something.
I think the title is wrong, that's all.
Yes.
I think this was the council asked for a table on the incentives, district incentives. So that, I think these would be all district, wouldn't they? Cambodia, Pittsworth, Greenmount, Hampton.
They're all districts, yeah.
I think council asked for a summary of the.
And my understanding is they've all come to council.
Yeah.
They do, councillor. Looking at that information, if you look at the dates, I'm wondering whether that was, I don't know whether the 22nd of the 10th was an ordinary meeting of council. So I'm assuming they were probably ones that went to a P&D committee meeting and were endorsed at the subsequent ordinary meeting. So I think they've just been included in error, maybe under an assumption of just putting in those that have been given discounts as opposed to those that were done under delegation, because there will be none under delegation.
Yeah, certain these came to us. Yeah.
Okay. With that, then, the rest of my items... Oh, did we need a mover and a seconder to adopt that General Manager's report? Yep. Councillor McDonald, Councillor Shine, all those in favour? It's carried. And I now adjourn. I need someone to adjourn. Move to adjourn. Councillor O'Shea, Councillor Carol Taylor, all those in favour? Thank you.
Start again.
So 12:37 is 1 o'clock. 25 minutes.
Oh, I think 1:15, eh?
1:15.
20 past.
Oh, 1:15, councillors. So can we get that all sorted out?
Welcome to the December Water and Waste Committee meeting of Toowoomba Regional Council. This meeting is open to the public and will also be live streamed. I'd like to thank those of you who are in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone who's watching online. I acknowledge Portfolio Lead Councillor Summerfield, the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, CEO and General Manager. I acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse these lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, Guyabal and Jarrawa peoples, and pay respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. I don't believe we've got any apologies, leaves of absence or declarations. So today we have 3 items on the agenda. We'll go straight to the first of those 3 items, item number 3, the Bowenville Bin Station proposal, and we've got Matt Torr who's going to present. So over to you. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, councillors. In 2012, Council undertook to close several smaller regional landfill sites. One of the sites closed was the Bowenville landfill. This closure was met with significant community dissatisfaction that ultimately resulted in 2 skip bins being located at a rest stop at the entrance to the township. Since that time, we've had significant issues with overflowing bins and illegal dumping at the site. The bins at the nearby Bowenville Reserve and Campground have similar excess waste issues. Various options to address the issue have been considered, and the preferred option, as outlined in the report, is to utilise the site of the old landfill as a formalised Tier 6 bin station. It is estimated that this will have a capital cost of $350,000 with negligible impact on our operational costs. The recommendation is therefore to amend the Waste Infrastructure Plan 2020 to include the development of a Tier 6 facility and for funding to complete the work to be considered as part of the annual budget process.
Thank you, Matt. Questions, Councillor McMahon.
A statement, thank you, Chair. Can I speak very highly in favour of this? Thank you, Matt. I've been out, as we all have, in the Bowenville, John Darien area, and they speak with, you're right, total dissatisfaction at this. And overflowing bins on the highway does little for the image of the town, as well as the currently open bin station at John Darien, and the timing to get in there is a dissatisfaction again. So strongly endorse the proposal to reopen some sort of a waste management at Bowenville. Thanks, Matt.
Thank you, Councillor McMahon. Doesn't sound like there was a question there that you'd need. Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, and I'll too will be making a statement. I can turn it into a question if you like.
No, it's
I'm delighted that this has come back, and thank you very much for the work you've done on it, Matt, to get us to this point. It's been a long journey, and Councillor Carl just looked over at me and mouthed the words, finally, and it's so true. So we've been working on this project for quite a few years, wanting an improvement, and we've got it because it does not look at all good, the rest area there coming into the front of the township there. And so I do know that the locals will be delighted that we are taking this step, and so thank you very much. It's very welcomed.
Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thanks very much, Matt. My question is really more in relation to the overarching strategy that we adopted a couple of years ago. I suppose it's kind of in relation to the fact that now we're going to keep using Green Mountain. We've actually found more space there, and that's the same with Clifton. Am I correct there?
That's correct.
I'm just getting at how hard and fast are we holding to that strategy when all of these bits are falling off the side?
Okay, so in relation to the Waste Infrastructure Plan, the revised version of that came to Council in, I believe, July, and that included the changes that you're referring to. It was at that meeting where Council raised the issue of Bowenville specifically and asked that we have a look at an option there. In relation to other potential concerns of this nature, there are none. So we know that we closed quite a significant number of sites in 2012. This is the only site where the community have been dissatisfied with that and not adapted to that over time. So I don't foresee that there will be any other changes to the Waste Infrastructure Plan 2020 following this.
Sufficient. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you to Matt, I suppose. Just From a funding perspective, and I noticed this was going to be a rehabilitation site as well. There's, as I understand it, we do have a rehabilitation for landfill, a funding stream for that. Can we utilise some of that for this, albeit that it will actually then be another site in a different form?
Yeah, so the rehabilitation costs for Bowenville itself are around $850,000 is the expected cost. Around about $100,000 of this work will account towards that rehabilitation. So it's the initial levelling of the site. So yes, I will work with finance, because there is a provision in the financial statements for rehabilitation, and that this is one of those sites. So without guaranteeing that, if it abides by the accounting standards, then yes, we would look to reduce the provision based on the work we will be doing.
Terrific. Just a follow-up, good. And I agree totally with the sentiments of Councillor McMahon and Summerfield in regard to this. And I guess I just wanted to highlight the fact that this motion is about adjusting the plan at this stage, and then the timing of it will be subject to budget considerations, which is item number 2. I just wanted to point out page 660 of 1026, where you've actually, and I congratulate you and thank you for doing this too, Matt, in regard to identifying the fact that this also needs to go through the capital business case prioritisation as well as part of that budget process. And I think from a council perspective, we're all in agreement of it. However, the motion clearly says that it is subject to the budget considerations, which will include that prioritisation as well. So today is about just getting it in the plan, amending the plan.
Yep, correct, yes, and then we'll include it in our future budget submissions.
Thanks,
mate. Councillor Shine.
No, thank you. Just also on the budget side, I think you mentioned 850, whereas page 658, if I read correctly, figures, it's 350.
Yep.
I just clarify that, and it says that the operational costs would be offset by savings in skip bin rental and servicing. Would they be about equal? Give us some idea of what the breakup there is.
Yep, certainly. So the first part of your question, the rehabilitation of the entire site, it is estimated at $850,000. So that includes a lot more than what we'll be doing for this to make it into a bin station. So the initial $350 that we're talking about here is purely to level the site off, construct a fence, some CCTV, some power supply, those type of infrastructure. The $850 is the total cost to do rehabilitation, which we will still have to do at some point in the future, but it will obviously go towards the end of our rehabilitation program, and that'll involve actually bringing in soil, doing a capping, doing plantings, potentially putting down water bores, those type of things that are included in our rehabilitation plan.
I think at Kuya they have a fenced-off area, and the residents have a code to access. That would apply here as well?
No, so what we're proposing to do here is have an electronic gate, but it would open at 7 in the morning and close at 5 in the afternoon, and those times obviously can be adjusted so that we don't have those same issues that we have. We're trying to manage the compliance with disposal through our CCTV, so to make it easier for the residents.
Well, they won't need a code.
They won't need a code. No, it'll be open during the day. Sorry, and in relation to the second part of your question, so currently I think we pay $23,000 a year for skip bin hire and servicing. We will save around $16,000 a year, and servicing of this new site is estimated at $17,000. So we're talking about a $1,000 a year increase to do this. So operationally it can be accommodated within our budget.
All right, councillors, if there are no further questions... Oh, sorry.
Happy to move.
Happy to move, and I believe Councillor Antonio put his hand up for a seconder there. The recommendation before us is that Council approve the amendment of the Waste Infrastructure Plan 2020 to include the development of a Tier 6 waste management facility on the Bowenville landfill site, and 2, that funding for construction of the waste management facility is considered as part of the annual budget process. Anyone want to debate? If not, we'll go to the vote in favour of the recommendation. All in favour? It's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Matt. And Matt, before you go, at 1:30, so in 30 minutes, you have your RPEQ interview, Registered Professional Engineers Queensland. So we wish you very well.
Good luck with that, Matt. Well done.
Councillors, we move on to the item number 4 in the report, City Pressure Zone Water Supply Study Planning Report, and I believe we've got Paul Quinlan. Paul is coming up. Over to you. Thanks, Paul.
Good afternoon. Okay, so this is for the City Pressure Zone Water Supply Planning Study. This report presents the findings and the recommendations as found in that particular study. This zone incorporates most of the CBD, so as far north as Jellicoe Street, south to Stephen Street, and you've got Mort Street and Hume Street. That's the boundary. So the area was designed around a groundwater supply. From the report, there's a number of small augmentations. The bulk of those are there to resolve some high pressure issues in the network, and we've got there coming to a total of around 500,000. The recommendation here is that Council endorse the study or the report, and the report be used to inform the future capital works plans and the local government infrastructure plan.
All right, thank you very much, Paul. Questions, councillors? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just thank you, Paul. Through you, Madam Chair, to Paul. In the conclusions, Paul, page 22 of the report of 695. Yeah, 695. Conclusions in regard to, particularly, I guess, the concern for most people when they see fire flow pressure and a risk to the community. In the works that's scheduled, it says 2020 in the planning horizon. Have we scheduled some of those works in 2020, or does that mean it'll be a budget consideration in the next financial year?
It will be a budget consideration, so it hasn't been programmed as yet. So
we'll keep a lookout for that. But although it's a pressure issue, you don't see any greater issue than normal between now and when that could be achieved.
No. The highest risk is always for firefighting.
Sure.
I think that probably goes to the nature of your question. Is that correct, Councillor McDonald? So is there a concern about the firefighting?
There always is when we highlight it in these studies that it hasn't been highlighted in the past when these sorts of studies been done, but this is the first time that it has been done to the degree that it is. So, and it's the ones that have been highlighted are dead-end mains, so inevitably they're the ones that cause problems. So
I guess just to follow up.
Please.
I guess just from a comfort for the boardroom and the community, the scheduled works, would that rectify that if it were to be put in the budget and was adopted over the next 12 to 18 months? Is that the plan?
Yes, and that will be part of the capital prioritisation program. So.
Okay. Thank you.
Any further questions, councillors? If not, let me go back to the page here. So the recommendation that's before you is that Council endorse the City Pressure Zone Water Supply Study Planning Report, October 2020, and the report be used to inform the future capital works plans and the local government infrastructure plan. Do I have a mover for that? Councillor Carl, and a seconder I saw Councillor Summerfield. All those in favour of the recommendation? Carried. Thank you. Thanks very much, Paul. Okay, so now, councillors, we move on to item number 5 of the report, Water Vision 2050. And we've got Jim Pruss from NGENI. NGENI, thank you for being here, Jim. NGENI were the report authors. And we will have Damien and maybe Ray, present. Thank you.
Councillors, it's been some period of time since the water strategy and the wastewater strategy has been refreshed in Toowoomba Regional Council, and this is the beginning of refreshing all of our approach, our water strategy, our wastewater strategy, our demand and growth as we work with the LGIP and the planning scheme over its next iterations. Councillors, this conversation started in 1996, went through in 2006, ultimately ended up in the construction of the Wivenhoe infrastructure and the trunk main there, which is, has been the saviour and been put to very good use by Toowoomba Regional Council since the 1st of April 2019, when I remember being down there with Councillor Summerfield, most of the chamber, and Mr Mayor, you were there, and we pushed the big red button and heard that glorious piece of gear start up. I can say this is the beginning of the beginning. This is the first report to identify the critical needs which need to be done in the immediate and near term. We're taken on to an all options on the table assessment. This is predominantly an engineering assessment about the feasibility, practicality and estimates of the cost of future augmentations to meet demands out to 2050. We started with a blue sky list, gone through a gated process to assess those into affordability of what we can do ourselves within Toowoomba Regional Council. And then ultimately, the report does talk to what may well be done in the auspices and with the collaboration of neighbouring councils through the Water Alliance. Councillors, there's a number of things which need to, in many practical terms, immediately be done, which is the immediate augmentation of increasing the capacity of the Mount Connock Water Treatment Plant. That work has come through Chamber and we've done an expression of interest. We've closed that. We're going through for the early contractor involvement. I'm very pleased to say some good names in that group and cohort, and we'll bring updates back to the Chamber in due course. Now, the upgrade to Connock, she's an aged plant and she needs to go through a refit to keep her going until 2028, whilst we consider, and we'll bring the Water Vision 2050 back in 2022 to consider our progress on success of augmenting that Mount Connock Water Treatment Plant, updates on where the Warwick pipeline is, updates on where we're at with our Kubi GAB bores, updates on where we're at with discussions with SEQ Water on future lengthening of the agreement with them, and also the possibility of increasing our 10 gigalitre allocation we take and pay for from SEQ Water in due course. And also, councillors, a conversation with the new Department of Water in relation to the sustainable yields coming out of the Perseverance and Crestbrook catchments. And with that, Madam Chair, I might just put it over to Ray for a bit more detail.
Thanks very much, Damien. Thank you, Ray.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, councillors, again for your time. As Damien's iterated, councillors, for the past 14 odd years, we've essentially been operating without an overarching water strategy. The need was identified late last year, and NGENI was contracted in 2019 to deliver the first version, which we have in front of us, raw water sources primarily. So the Water Vision 2050 is intended to start to develop TRC's long-term water strategy. Its primary purpose is to understand the lay of the land, the water supply needs and the timings of them. It took a current all options on the table approach and shortlisted a number of options to enable urban supply to remain reliable through until at least 2050. The primary focus, identifying existing and emerging water supply challenges and assessing possible options to maintain appropriate water supply into the future. To my left, as introduced before, we have Jim from Ingenie with us today. So in case you have any questions about the report. However, from a council perspective, I think it's important to note this report is the first step in a scientifically based framework that will help us deliver secure water for the community into the future. The report confirms the validity and of a few already approved urgent projects, is the first chapter in the water vision, focuses primarily, as I said before, on raw water sources, opportunities and challenges. Other chapters will need to be progressed in the coming months and years, will include water treatment options and systems. Where should we have our systems? What size? What's the need? Where's the population going to go? Energy. We all know that we use an awful lot of energy. How do we improve upon that? The environment. How do we look after the environment whilst also supplying for our needs? Catchment management. Wastewater treatments and systems, and policy and planning, overlays, etc. So the whole system links, and we're taking a catchment to tap, back to catchment approach. So we'll have a holistic document at the end to hopefully cover all our needs and wants and issues. It may be of particular note in the report on page 57, which I've presented to you previously, which leads into the Water Alliance, that 11 water source options have been identified as achievable within realistic budget constraints. But beyond that, really it's beyond our means, and we'll need assistance from a Water Alliance and the entire of Council to get us down that path. This by no means rules out the other options, but highlights the need for a coordinated approach across the region, and most likely the need for state and federal government's assistance for progression of the larger projects. When compared against Council's corporate objectives, the following 4 sources were identified as the best options, and these include utilise the Wivenhoe pipeline in a far greater capacity, increase our allocations within the Wivenhoe system, as we've mentioned earlier, increase our allocations within our existing dams, and upgrade Mount Kynoch to meet our current demands and allow enough time to design and develop an improved system. We believe the report provides Council with a scientific direction that, when followed, will go a substantial way to ensuring Council's objectives of secure town water supplies across the region.
That's it, sorry.
That's right.
I was deep in thought reading. You were just looking at me waiting for the cue. Sorry, Ray. Councillors, over to questions. I see Councillor O'Hara-Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Ray, is it unreasonable to expect in that report that there would be some mention of the leakage?
My scope with Ingenie was to look at the raw water sources and new sources of water. So it wasn't in their scope to look at leakage, but certainly leakage is a loss through our system. So as I believe you're probably quite correctly alluding to, that if we reduce our leakage, we need less at the start. So certainly my next chapter or my next version of the water vision will be water treatment and water systems, and we can certainly capture it there. But you are correct, the less out the bottom end is less in the top end.
A subsequent, please.
Well, it's kind of unrelated, so I'm being a bit greedy, but about the recycled water. So
Yep.
I note that we did make a mention of it subject to the community's acceptance of that. I just wonder sort of what's going to happen from here. What's the next progression?
So look, recycled water certainly is in there. It's always an option, always has been an option. It's not the preferred option nor the recommended option. It's not required until well into the future. So at this point, it's not on my radar. It's not a consideration at this point to get us through. It's just part of the package. It's just one of the options.
Councillor Carl.
Yeah, through you, Chair. Ray, what sort of investment are we making into your second iteration you said will be a report to council around the body of work around leakages. What sort of, in your opinion, is our investment into planned maintenance and the assessment of our water network, our assets, sufficient for us to be fully informed at that iteration when you bring that report? Or do we need to be conscious of prioritising that so that we have a level of sophistication around that information that comes to us so that we can make some gains around leakage?
Sure. So the report hasn't touched leakage and...
Not this report, the next
the
one.
next one.
Too.
To discover leakage within a networks is quite a specialised field and would be a project probably on its own. It's a known technology now. It's done broadly and widely through almost every, I could say every country. There are leakage specialists in town and within the Brisbane area. So certainly if we wish to go down that path, we can certainly develop a proposal to do that for you.
Look, I'm more concerned about there are obvious pointers in the network or parts of the network that are ageing in place beyond its useful life. So are we bringing that level of detail? Is that investment into making sure that we're doing that assessment around our asset management so that we can be fully informed about that next iteration? That's where what I'm wanting to understand. The leakage stuff you refer to is probably not where I was going. It's more about what we do know or don't know about our condition of our asset.
Sure.
Councillor Bill, thanks for the question. A couple of things is, yes, we're learning more about our network as we go. There's 3.5 dedicated people to asset management. Condition assessment is not where it needs to be. Even in the critical trunk infrastructure, we've got infrastructure which has failed, which came as somewhat of a surprise into asset management land. It needs a sustained investment in condition assessment, asset management, to identify whether or not the planned and the reactive maintenance is where it needs to be. Anecdotally, we're doing more reactive maintenance than we are planned, and in keeping with the service delivery review, we are testing what pieces of work we need to continue to do and what pieces of work we can stop doing in order to focus more on the planned maintenance. I can't stop doing reactive, so whilst we ramp up planned, we still have to fix the pipe that broke last night. But things like some of the CCTV work that can be done by private operators, we're pushing some of that work out. In terms of the leakage, it's been an issue in Toowoomba for some period of time. Smart meters will go some way to that, the residential, domestic and commercial smart meters, and that is going through tender at the moment, tender assessment. We will bring that back to committee as an update in due course. I'm not sure whether that'll be a confidential or an open session that we bring back. The smart network meters, that is, we've got essentially a mesh network, and you heard earlier from Paul Quinlan that he's got dead ends in some of the network areas. You don't want dead ends, you actually want a mesh so that if there's a fire at one particular house, water can get there from a number of different pipes rather than just one 150 or one 100 mil pipe. But having a mesh network helps with things like fire flow, but it also is harder to meter. So we've been putting smart network meters throughout to try and be able to measure how much water is going into what these guys call pressure zones. So that we know how much we're billing out of that when we get smart meters, the residential meters and the commercial meters, and then we'll be able to get better data to be able to calculate that. They're close to the end of doing the smart network meters. Does that help contextualise that for you, Councillor Bill?
Yeah, Madam Chair, if I may, I raise it because I dare say that when we're looking at our visioning of future water, some of the low-hanging fruit will be just specifically in this area. And Councillor Megan, in my view, raises a good topic around leakage. So it's start with what we know to make some gains around low-hanging fruit as part of our prioritisation and planning, but that takes some heavy lifting around prioritisation of budget on an ongoing basis. Yeah.
Thanks, Councillor Carl. I've got Councillor Shine.
Yeah, thank you, Ray. Thank you for this. Just to refer you to page 721 of the books, and the paragraph just a little bit more than halfway down the page. It says, as part of the assessment process, the Water Vision 2050 investigated numerous inter-regional water supply transfer options from both existing and new dams outside the region. First of all, there's Emu Creek proposed dam is in the region. That had been included really in this, the outcome of that, or the meaning of that paragraph, that are not cost effective as a dedicated supply to council. That have applied to Emu Creek as well as the other new dams outside the region. I'll try and help you. It's page 4 of 5 of the officers.
The report, not the attachment?
No, of the officers.
Just up on, it's up on the screen there. Wendy's just got the first paragraph, sorry, the first couple of lines there highlighted.
Yeah, it's highlighted there. As part of the assessment, Water Vision, etc.
Oh, thank you, Councillor Simon. Sure. So all the options were assessed on a levelised cost approach based purely on the cost of building a pump station, building a pipeline, operating said assets, and how much water we would expect to achieve out of that asset over its typical lifespan, and then divided down to a megalitre of water. So the report, I get to be closer to the microphone, is not an economic assessment and benefits to the region broadly. It's in engineering dollars what it would cost us to get this much water out of that pipeline versus another option which may be more or less expensive. So it's just a way of comparing apples with apples, so you're not confusing different types of assets.
I don't think I disagree with that. My understanding of reading that paragraph is that it's not cost effective to look at transferring water from inter-regional water supply transfer options or new dams outside the region. That's just not cost effective, is that right?
So for us singularly it would be expensive, but when you get the Water Alliance involved and you have many customers, then your cost starts to come down. So I think that's the importance of the council and an alliance of councils to demonstrate a need and a way to reduce that unit cost rate down to something that is more acceptable.
But at the moment, there are better cheaper options than that for us at this stage.
Yes.
Councillor Summerfield.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to say thank you to Damien and Ray for work, and also Jim and your team, the work that's been done on this document. It's a very important document for our council moving forward, crossing over the various portfolios really, ensuring that we're getting good outcomes for our region, and that's a really good basis to start from. I'd just like to mention, and I go back to Councillor Kerry, I do believe it does have one small flaw, well, small or large, and that is, and I've mentioned this before, the gateway system that was put in place for this has meant that many projects such as Emu Creek Dam and other dams, other supplies, have been ruled out purely because they need state or federal government funding. And we as a council know that we're never going to get a future water source without state or federal funding. And so I would like to think that at some stage down the track, that gateway system be adjusted to reflect what it would look like with state or federal government funding for some of these, because some of these dams would actually stack up. And I just think it's very important that we all understand that. But that aside, I thank you. I think it's a great document, and it'll certainly assist us as a council moving forward, progressing all sorts of water project options.
Thank you, Councillor. I really appreciate those kind words.
And I'm more than happy to move that resolution whenever everyone's finished asking questions.
Thank you, Councillor Summerfield.
I'll turn it.
Any other questions, councillors? Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a question in regard to the water treatment options. It's in the Jenny report, page 73. That one, and on board books 803, 1026. And just talks about Mount Kynoch and the fact that the upgrade, which is certainly on the way. The last paragraph in the overview says it's noted that Mount Kynoch upgrade concept report 85 megalitres per day. There is sufficient capacity at the existing Mount Kynoch water treatment plant site to accommodate further upgrades in the order of an additional 23 megalitres per day. This is a fundamental assumption and will need to be confirmed through further investigation. So what we're suggesting there, and I guess it's in line with the footprint of the site, that we could in fact have not only an upgrade but a new site proposed for that area. Is that where those assumptions are talking about?
Certainly, yes. So at the moment, we've got a smaller upgrade going on to improve its performance and hydraulic capacity and an additional filtration system. Ultimately, you've got a 1970s structure which is reaching the end of its economic life and quality life. So this buys up enough breathing space to design and construct the next, which will be next door. Currently, the location is at Mount Kynoch. That will be fleshed out to a far greater extent with the next chapter, I suppose, and which will give us the locations and sizes and capacities of water treatment assets moving forward. But at this point in time, Mount Kynoch is still the location for our new services.
Councillor McDonald, we do have a resolution on the books to acquire some land behind Kynoch. So that is one of the sites preferred for a water treatment plant. And any backup site would be up near Mount Peachy, up in that pine plantation there. That would be a nice site as well. Some of this has to interact with whatever happens with Council's agreement with the Warwick pipeline, whether that's a raw or whether our pipeline goes forward, which is to Clifton, which is a potable hanging off Wairema.
Yeah, I guess I was more just wondering about the assumptions that will need to be confirmed through further investigation, and that was around the upgrade that's currently underway for Kynoch, and whether those investigations would take us through to the next review of this, which is in 2 years' time. That was really the fundamental question. That's right?
That's right. That's correct. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Any other questions, councillors? So if there's no further questions, there's the recommendation that was included in the report, but there was also a recommendation that was circulated with you last night that goes into specific detail. Wendy, do you have that one? Where it talks about the strategy, what those ABC points of the strategy, thank you. Yep. So that councillors know what you're voting in favour of. So we've got three parts to this. That first part one, that council table the Toowoomba Regional Council Water Vision 2050 report, which is attachment 1. 2, that council note the options identified in Water Vision 2050 report and the preferred options requiring actions to address priority items include A, continuing to utilise Mount Kynoch Water Treatment Plant as the central treatment facility. An interim upgrade to Mount Kynoch Water Treatment Plant is required to increase capacity of the water treatment plant. B, seeking amendment to the existing Cresbrook Creek Water Supply Scheme Operations Manual with modification to the resource entitlement volumes up to 20,000 megalitres per annum from 14,000 megalitres per annum, as well as upgrades to the Cresbrook Raw Water Pump Station and changes to the operating rules for the Wivenhoe to Cresbrook Raw Water Pipeline to allow operation of the pipeline at a higher initial level in Cresbrook Dam. C, negotiating with Seqwater to ensure the increased extraction volumes from Wivenhoe up from 14,000 megalitres per annum to up to 14,000 megalitres per annum from 10,000 megalitres per annum are available. 3, that Council note that further iterations of Water Vision 2050 will be required, with the next version of Water Vision 2050 targeted for completion in 2022. And 4, that Council provide a copy of Water Vision 2050 to the proposed Southern Queensland Inland and New South Wales Border Region Water Alliance for consideration when reviewing options for regional water security and new water sources. And if I can just be allowed to say one final thing. I second Councillor Summerfield's comments that this is a valuable piece of information because, first of all, we haven't had a document that lists all 48 options available to us previously, so that's valuable in and of itself. It told us what we needed to know about Mount Kynoch, and there's been an enormous amount of work that's gone into this, so I thank you and commend that. And I do think that this, if we're taking another run at this for 2022, which we talk about, that I think we would benefit from altering the scope so that we, instead of looking purely at this in terms of how much a project would cost to be built, operated, and the return per megalitre, you know, that we think about it in terms of what that project would unlock in terms of regional domestic product, because then we would see value to projects. And I also note in the scope that that scenario planning wasn't included, and including climate change. And I think when we're talking about an asset such as water, and it's dependent on rainfall, that's something that we need to really make sure is woven into what we do at the next time we take a run at this report. Councillor Shine.
Seek clarification before you put that. Just in relation to the motion there, the 14,000 to 30,000, does that take account of Warwick, or it's irrespective of Warwick?
No.
No, that's not including Warwick.
Warwick would be on top of it if you wanted to make provision for it.
That's correct, yes.
The baseline assumption for Warwick is that it's coming up from Wivenhoe by a separate agreement, but the sources of that water has not necessarily been in detail contemplated and inked or anything like that.
Damien, is it fair to say that by the time we do the 2022 version, we're expecting to have that information from the state government on the Southern Pipeline, and then that information can be fed into the updated report?
I think that's more than a fair assumption. I'm growing quite...
Well, this is where my expectations are now.
Magic.
I do like the fact that we have got a couple of water tankers now, potable water tankers, but ideally I'd like to park them. I don't really want to see them going up and down to Clifton every day.
All right, so thank you, councillors. If there's nothing, no, another one. Councillor McDonald.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just a question in regard to, might be superfluous to the conversation, but the fact that we table rather than actually endorse Water Vision, are we beating around the edges, or are we just saying we just table this as a conversation piece? Just so I note if...
It's just a start. Well, I'll let you answer.
Ended.
Councillors, this is the start of the start. It's 14 years since it's been a strategy document, or the start of a strategy document has been tabled in the chamber. If you go back to that document, it's not a full strategy. It's got bits and pieces of what resembles one. Councillors, I will make sure that the future iterations of this and the future chapters of this, it's not done with this, it's the beginning of the beginning. There are multiple chapters of equal weight and equal length, equal technical specifications. This builds on the demand forecast that Jenny helped us build on the platform of GoldSim, that Councillor, whilst this didn't have scenarios in it for climate change, the demand forecast, low, medium, high, do stochastically have that embedded in them because they're using all of the history that we have and applying different probabilities to those, and we picked the most likely, the high, low, medium, low. So, Councillor McDonald, we will be bringing many more documents at a much greater frequency, and in the back pages of this document suggests that a regulated water authority should at least be looking at its water and its sewage strategies every 5 years. And I will make sure that that gets into some kind of bring up so that it doesn't get lost for a decade.
Okay. All right, thank you, Damien. So, Councillor Summerfield, you moved that recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Antonio, all in favour of that recommendation? That's carried. Thank you, Ray.
Thank you very much.
And that brings us to a conclusion of the Water and Waste Committee meeting. Meeting concludes 2:07. Thanks, Wendy.
Thanks, guys.
Easy if I can do it. You go to the right page.
I wonder where Mike is. I sent him a text, but... there he is. Good afternoon, councillors. Welcome to the Infrastructure Committee meeting of Toowoomba Regional Council. I'd like to welcome anyone who's watching online, and I'd like to thank those of you in the room with us today and acknowledge everyone watching via social media channels. I'd like to welcome the Mayor, CEO, councillors, recognising our portfolio leader, Councillor Melissa Taylor, General Manager Mike Brady, and our Manager of Transport and Drainage Planning, Rodney Betts. I'd like to acknowledge the Aboriginal parties whose songlines traverse the lands we meet on today, the Western Waka Waka, the Guyabal and the Jadawa people, and the Bigambal people who occupy country to the west around Millmerran. And I pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging, for they hold the knowledge, rich traditions and bold ambitions of Australia's First Peoples. We have we have a declaration of a conflict of interest from Councillor Carl.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to inform the meeting in item number 303, Central Highfields. Do you want me to read this out now, or when we come to... Oh, well, it is the next. Sorry, yep. Central Highfields, direction for design of Highfields, Kratzky, O'Brien Roads intersection and related road lengths. I inform this meeting that I have a declarable conflict of interest in this matter as defined in section 150EN of the Local Government Act 2009. The nature of my interest is as follows. This declarable conflict of interest arises because I am a resident in proximity to the works proposed for the Highfields-Kratzky-O'Brien Roads intersection and related road links. I wish to participate in the decision in relation to this matter. I acknowledge that eligible councils must now determine, pursuant to section 150 ES of the Local Government Act 2009, whether I, 1, may participate in the decision about the matter, including by voting on the matter. 2, must leave the meeting, including any area set aside for the public, and stay away from the meeting while the eligible councillors discuss and vote on the matter, or 3, may participate in the decision about the matter subject to conditions.
Thank you, Councillor Carl. Do you wish to ask councillors for a decision?
Yeah, let's...
Yes, thank you.
Yeah.
We are, it is item 3, I'm sorry, I should have mentioned that before. So, councillors, over to you.
Okay.
Madam Chair,
Thank you.
Councillor Rebecca.
Madam Chair, I personally don't believe that Councillor Carl's interests here would preclude him from acting impartially. He doesn't, in my opinion, stand to gain or lose more than any other member of however many thousand people who live in Highfields.
Thank you, Councillor Von Hoff. Councillor Summerfield?
I'm happy to second that.
Thank you. And do we need a motion on that? Yeah. Those in favour that Councillor Carl has nothing to gain or lose than anyone else? Thank you very much. So, and we need to ask for a division on that, so I think that's fairly clear. Can I ask you to vote again? Everyone's in favour.
Okay.
Yeah, Bill, you can.
Thank you.
Keep your bloody head.
So I'd now like to hand over to the item 3 is the Central Highfields, the direction for design of Highfields-Kratzky-O'Brien Roads intersection and related road links. And I'll hand over to Mr. Brady will introduce that, but I'd hand over to him to take it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor, and good afternoon, councillors. The first report we've got this afternoon on direction for design on the Highfields-Kratzky-O'Brien Road intersection, related road links. So, councillors, you may remember a couple of weeks ago we gave you quite a good information briefing, detailed information briefing on some thinking around where we're heading in Highfields. Obviously, there's been a lot of work over numerous years in progressing the development of the centre area of Highfields, and particularly a lot of thoughts have gone into what the main road through Highfields, Highfield Roads, may become as that town centre started developing. It definitely had a traditional sub-arterial through route, but as the development of that inner town area has occurred, and with council in recent years purchasing a significant property area of land, that's given the opportunity to change a bit of thinking and mindset in how things may go forward there. Hence, as council's aware, back in over the last couple of years has been the development of the Central Highfields Master Plan and the Central Highfields Structure Plan. And both of those have sort of driven us to look at Highfields a little bit differently to what it was preceding that. Quite a number of traffic studies and reviews of the network, not only in the central area of Highfields, but that whole major section of Highfields works and how it will into the future. So a lot of thoughts gone into that. Along with that thinking and shifting in thinking is looking at how best to manage not only vehicular traffic, but active transport, be it people riding, walking, and that into the future. And so the team has been looking at different initiatives and ideas, not sort of only in Australia but around the world, but more locally through like Melbourne, and even with some of the things that TMR are doing more broadly in Queensland. So that's what's been proposed in regards to the conceptual direction forward for the Highfields, Cratchie O'Brien roads. The report goes into a fair bit of detail around the changing role of Highfields Road, the plans that have been done to date. It talks a fair bit into the safety aspect. Probably one of the key points of consideration here is how do we get vulnerable road users, so particularly the active transport users, crossing roads safely. And this has been a long time challenge for transport planners and engineers, and trying to get them across, but also trying at the same time to keep the traffic moving. So this is where looking from a safe systems approach, looking at the different options that are available to us, the proposal of inverted commas, a new generation roundabout has been the proposal that we've put forward and recommended today. In respect to the rest of the recommendation, it talks about what else needs to happen in that area, and particularly from a risk point of view, some of the things that we've got to deal with over the next couple of years as we move to construction of the intersections there. It's things like the road dedication elements, lots of underground services and utilities to manage, and obviously continuing right through the project is the community consultation engagement, which is a major part of any of our projects in this day and age. From a financial resources perspective, approximately $8.6 million has been flagged in our 10-year capital works program already for this project over the next, this financial year and the next 3 to see this project proceed to fruition. So in conclusion, councillors, the recommendations are fairly straightforward as far as moving forward with a design construct of the Highfields Cratchie O'Brien intersection and related intersections, including the new generation roundabout as noted in attachment 6, and also then supporting us to go forward with the necessary land dedication work that we need to do, and work with service providers in regards to starting to look at the relocation of many of the services. That's a quick
Thank you, Mr.
overview.
Brody.
Thanks, councillors.
Any questions, councillors? Councillor McDonald?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thanks, Mike. Very comprehensive. There's a couple of little things. Out at Highfields Business District Connections last week, there was a strong request from the chair there, but the community in regard to engaging with those folk through this. I'm just wondering whether there has been any consultation through them. I know they're only one group, but through that group in regard to this project?
Not specifically with them recently. Obviously, some of those persons would have been part of the structure plans, and through the structure plan development, there's quite a significant number of discussions in regards to road network outcomes.
I guess I'll just flag it there for, obviously talk about the education, I guess, around this, the new roundabout idea, and I guess they've offered to be a conduit, so we can just make sure that they're part of that process as well. They have the police representative there each meeting as well, albeit it wasn't their last meeting, but they generally do, so that might be a good venue for you. The other piece, if I can, Madam Chair, through you, is just in regard to budgets. And in fact, I think I made a comment in Matt Toowoomba's presentation before where he'd put in a paragraph around making sure that it's followed around the capital budget prioritisation model and going through that. That brought that forward through the Bowenville tip. I just wondered what process this will go through, or has it gone through, to get to this point?
Yes, this has already gone through the prioritisation process that Council's gone through. So for the funding for even for this year, that had to go through, and obviously when we put the prioritisation on through on a multi-year project, Council gets to look at that. That gets prioritised on that basis. So it's been assessed through Council's prioritisation system or approach, and supported by Council through the budgetary processes. Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. Any other questions, councillors? No? So we have a recommendation there. If there are no other questions, no debate, can we have a mover of that, please? Moved, Councillor Melissa Taylor, seconded. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sullivan. Any debate necessary? No? Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. We
Thank you,
move on.
councillors.
Thank you. All in favour? Sorry, Wendy. Sorry. Move on to item 4, which is a pedestrian crossing at Ruthven Street near Joseph Street in Toowoomba. And I'll ask Mike to introduce that as well. I think we've got Rodney there should you need some more information. Thanks, Mark.
Yeah.
Mr Brady.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillors, this project or matter has been sort of bubbling away in the background for some time, I suppose. One could say since the last 10 or so years, with the changes in standards and the approaches taken by road authorities, not only in Queensland but across Australia when it came to pedestrian crossings across, or zebra crossings across multi-laned roads. It's been one here in the city here. Obviously TMR moved a little bit earlier than us. In the last couple of years have removed pedestrian crossings on the New England Highway up near Griffith Street and also Hume Street. But we've been looking at how best to manage the mid-block crossing at adjacent to Joseph Street across Ruthven Street.
Sorry, Mike, just Joseph Street for the new councillors, if you're not aware, that's the one that's near where the Chronicle building used to be, which is now in private ownership, just to build the picture, Mike.
Yep, no, that's fine. So again, from a city perspective, one of the very key things is again that vulnerable road users. So trying to give, make crossings as safe as possible. The Ruthven Street block from James Street down to Herry Street is about 360 metres long. So it's quite a long block. So the need to have a mid-block crossing, particularly as part of our walkable city, is pretty critical. But at the same time, trying to make that as safe as possible. Again, you note within the report we've looked at numerous options and various variations of some of those options. It's considered that the option we've developed is a staggered crossing that allows, initially that we wanted to give a go at being unsignalised to see if we can see if the mix between the pedestrians and vehicles can be safely navigated whilst people crossing the road there. So that's the option that's being put forward. That means in this case that pedestrians will have to give way to vehicles until there's a reasonable gap. We believe those gaps do come through in waves as the lights, particularly at James and Herry Street, change. There's the opportunity for reasonable times to cross, and you're only crossing one side of the road at a time, and then you come into a central protected section where, as a pedestrian, you just wait until the gap is there again to cross the next half of the road. We're calling this stage 1, which we'd then monitor and see how that goes from a safety point of view, from pedestrian accessibility point of view. If for whatever reasons we thought or considered it wasn't performing, we would then seriously look at installing lights over the top of it as well. But at this point in time, in this financial year, at this stage, we'd be recommending just going forward with the removal of the crossing that's there and the implementation of a staggered crossing and a compliant pedestrian centre refuge treatment.
Thank you. Thanks, Mike. Any questions, councillors? Councillor Shine?
Thank you. Just looking at page 936, which shows option 4, with the possibility of lights, as you've just explained. The staggered means that they're not in a straight line, they're dog-leg type. I understand it, looking at that.
Sorry, Councillor Shine. Sorry, I didn't quite catch that.
Trying to make sure I've got the right idea about what staggered means.
Yes.
Righto.
Stop in the middle.
Yeah, and does that indicate that pedestrian right of way there?
Correct. So, yeah, the pedestrians need to give way to vehicles. So we go from pedestrian crossing, which basically the rules of the road, vehicles are meant to give way, and unfortunately we're getting many instances of, you might say, near misses, where vehicles are not seeing pedestrians because of being blocked by another, the site's being blocked by another vehicle in the other lane.
So by having that enlarged island, there is already some concrete placements there now as having that enlarged
Nothing there.
and then a staggered approach. That will give that protection that.
Yeah, if we just go back one slide.
Yeah, I don't think there's anything there at the moment. Yeah.
If there is just there's a little bit, there's a small island, as you can see, where the existing crossing is, and underneath, in the background of the plan there, you can see what exists there today, which is a little bit hard to see on the drawings, but there's a couple of existing medians. So they would be removed, and then to current day standard pedestrian refuge would be constructed in the middle of the road there.
I just make the comment, the obvious comment, I suppose, that the construction of lights there would be most unpopular with motorists.
And that's why we're thinking that we'd take it a step at a time, stage. We're still trying to get pedestrians obviously across the road safely, and we're talking about a lot of vulnerable road users as well, you know, be it people with various disabilities, be it sight, hearing, you know, wheelchairs, all sorts of users, and children and elderly. So we're very conscious of trying to make it usable for all. But as you rightly say, as soon as we put lights in, the impact on the movement of the vehicular traffic is quite significant.
And that's a 50k there, but Carers Queensland is over on the eastern side of the street there too. So there are a lot of different users that crowd across there. Councillor Tim, did you have your hand? I'm sorry. I thought you did. Must have been stretching. Councillor Jeff.
Thanks, Madam Chair. I'm just, through you to Mike, I'm just trying to picture other areas. The one that's in Hume Street, adjacent to the Hooper Centre going in, that's a similar situation.
Yeah.
Neil Street, by the bus interchange at the end of Bell Street Mall, that's similar. So this isn't uncommon in the CBD. We've got other examples. That's correct?
That's correct. The one in Hume Street's probably the closest from a point of view of crossing 4 lanes. Yeah. Neil Street's lane each way, and obviously we've also got through Rutherford and Margaret Street. We've got, even though slow speed limits, we do have crossings mid-block crossings where we have pedestrians giving away to vehicles. So yeah, it's consistent that way.
I'm just conscious of going step to a step. I wonder if a step between what you've got there to lights, an option might be to have zebra crossings in those sections, just as a visual for people, for cars. A step, what you've got there, but a step before the lights could be to have zebras as well as what you've got.
No, you can't. The regulatory requirements now is that we shouldn't be having zebra crossings across 4-lane roads, so 2 lanes in each direction. So that's why they've been removed, as in Hume Street. So that said, that we're not going to automatically jump into the sort of a set of lights. I'd see that as a future discussion with council before we jump to the conclusion of having to install lights.
I guess if I could just follow up on that, I would assume that the regulations would be if a zebra crossing's going across 4. But what I'm suggesting is that it goes to the 2 and the 2. So in actual fact, it's only going 2, because if you've got someone, and Councillor Taylor makes the point around carers, the carers that are there, if someone who is vulnerable, who is struggling to even get across 2 lanes, that may cause a problem.
I have to say, councillors, it's just as well that that pedestrians have to give way to cars, because our city is becoming very disrespectful of the pedestrians. You take your life in your hands, even out here sometimes.
Yeah, councillors, the ME2CD is actually written in terms of 2 lanes of traffic travelling in the same direction, and the issue there is that a vehicle that stops in one lane and someone starts to cross, the second vehicle coming through in that same direction, they can be basically hidden and poor visibility. So it actually refers to 2 lanes in the same direction. It has to be full.
Thanks, Rod. That's good.
Thank you. Any other questions, councillors? Councillor Sommerfield?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Carers Queensland, whilst I think that's important to consider them, they may not always be there, so we can't make a decision based around them being there is something I'd like to say. When I look at the 2 options in Hume Street, which has been mentioned, one is the traffic lights, which I find works quite well, and the other is the one with the little fence in the middle of the road, which I think is a complete eyesore. And I'd hate to see another eyesore in the main street of Toowoomba. So for me personally, I would much prefer that we went straight to the traffic lights based on the experiences I've had in Hume, and seeing the number of times that people cross over there. They probably cross over there a whole lot more because of the police station and courthouse there. I rarely see people on this pedestrian crossing here, so I don't think it would impact the traffic that much. So I'd be keen, and it's cheaper, I'd be keen to go straight to traffic lights.
Yeah. Councillor Megan O'Hara-Sutherland?
Mike, I was just going to ask you, with something like this, does this design, does it go through our advisory group, something like that, or is that?
No, this is probably fairly standard pedestrian crossing designs which go through for road crossings.
Right.
The elements of pedestrian for our advisory groups is more about the accessibility for pedestrians throughout our city, and trying to make it, these will always be constructed to the disability compliance standards and all those sorts of things, so that people can cross the road in that main. But from a regulatory design perspective, it's the MU2CD and other Australian standards that govern exactly what actually goes in once we make a decision on what type of facility we wish to implement.
Councillor Cole?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. 2 questions, Mike. Can you advise us, out of these options, what's the best practice? That's my first question. Out of those options, what is the best practice approach? Because it seems to be, I note your comment about, gently, but, and the other part of me struggles with why this even come to council, given the fact that it's I would consider a very operational matter, and it requires people with qualifications, and the legislative framework that you've just alluded to. So, yeah, 2 questions.
Probably, yeah.
Do this, and why does it come to council?
I'll go to the second one first, if I can. I think we brought it to council because there is a lot of what we do in the CBD impacts a lot broader than the immediate space, what we may be doing. And I think it's what we try to share with council through this report such as this is the the changing impacts in our city, what's happening, and sort of making sure council's fully up to speed with those influences that we're bringing into our city, particularly in this sort of space. When it comes to best practice, each one of these that we've put forward is an option that meets the appropriate standards. It's trying to find, when you're looking at a situation, what actually works best, what's best merits for that situation, and what are you trying to balance? Here we're trying to get pedestrians. Why we've gone for the staggered approach, it means that people are taking a break mid-crossing to look in the other direction and make sure traffic coming from, they do look at where the traffic's coming from. But it also sets it up that if we do go down to lights in due course, we can have it that it's a staggered set of staggered lights. So they come mid-crossing, and then they can press the button again to cross the other side, the last section. So from a pedestrian, and that's reducing the impact on the through traffic. So it's one step at a time. Now that is implemented in quite a number of localities, not just around here, but across Brisbane, Moreton Bay. It's pretty typical getting across multi-lane roads to have staggered management of traffic.
So by default, Mr. Brady, you've given me your best option and are qualified as a person who's qualified in this area.
That's what our team has done.
It would have been so much easier just to have option 3. Option 4. I'm getting lost here. There's too many options.
Yeah.
There are too many options.
You guys got the quals, and you by default you answered best practice in my view. I just think that. Yeah. Anyway, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McMahon.
Thanks, Chair. Just, I suppose, throwing the option on the table, I did read in the report the number of people who use this crossing, and in line with Councillor Shine's point about, the anger from motorists, another, I suppose, stops lights. Can we look at option 7, which was removing it totally? I suppose, is there any option on how many people walk up to James Street or Harry Street to cross there anyway? Or, if they're going to cross here, crossing here and up one of those major...
It's only pedestrian.
Yeah. So probably back to Councillor Carl's query there. And I do apologise, councillors, if there's a bit of choice there.
Probably too much.
Probably that and causes... But it does open that sort of questioning. As I mentioned, it's a long block. It's about 360 metres plus long. And there's behaviour, the pedestrian behaviour is that people will, if they wish to cross the road, you've got to make it, in inverted commas, reasonably convenient for them to cross the road. So those people that are around that mid-block, and Joseph Street is, as you know, an accessible lane or road, narrow road into another sort of commercial area. Different businesses and that up Joseph Street. So it's a logical choice from a city planning perspective to have to support pedestrian crossing in that space. So that's why the locality is still very much a relevant and good locality.
Thank you. And councillors, we have signed a walking charter, and honestly, if we have done those things, then the safety of pedestrians has to be high on our priorities as well. So,
yeah. No, that's good.
It's any other questions? No? Probably, Mike, I'd have to say there probably are too many options. It's a bit hard to put your attention on 7 options. So yep. I think... so we have a recommendation there, councillors. Somebody wanting to move that? Move the Mayor. Seconded Councillor Melissa Taylor. Right, Wendy? Those in favour? Those against? So there's a division. There's just one. Councillor Summerfield's against. Thank you.
You don't need a division.
Well, I think that Wendy has asked me for that before, yes. Oh, I see. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry about that, Councillor Summerfield. I just was thinking it was right there. Can I ask for someone to move to go into a closed session? Thank you. Councillor Von Hoff, and seconded the Mayor. Those in favour? It's carried. Thank you. So we don't have anyone for this. So there's the recommendation in front of you there, councillors. Can I have a mover, please? Councillor McDonald, seconded. Councillor Melissa Taylor. Those in favour? It's carried, thank you. And that ends the Infrastructure Committee meeting for December. Can you believe it? And I won't get an opportunity because it's an ordinary meeting next week, but happy Christmas to everyone and thank you very much for your support of infrastructure this year.
Good on you, Carol. Good on you, Carol.
Oh, are we having afternoon tea or?
That's a good idea. That's a good idea.
We just go forward, do we? Well, the trouble is when we let you go, you won't come back. So if you can do... Come on, keep going. Your call, Megan.
5 minutes.
5 minutes, but won't be 5 minutes, I can tell you.
Listen,
You know,
listen,
Brian,
should we get an inspection?
chair I got over there, they told me it was going to do all these things, it was rushing.
I think everyone's here. Beck's not here.
Not sure.
Shouldn't be too. Okay, might have to wait a
Lightning
little.
struck a Queensland school this afternoon and 15 people have been taken to hospital.
Oh, well, I think that brings people to Toowoomba. Bowls Carnival.
I know. I'll have a look at the Courier Mail.
They're all charged. It's going to be hard to hold the attention of that.
Okay, no.
Yeah, it was
Did you make it up yourself? I might start again. Okay, all right, let's go. Okay, welcome back, councillors. Now we're going to go back to item number 6, which is the Environment Advisory Committee. We're going to do this in a confidential session, so I just need someone to move that we move into confidential. Councillor Carol Taylor and Councillor James O'Shea. Thank you. All those in favour? Carried. So we go back to item 6, which is the Environment Advisory Committee, appointment of committee members. So can I have someone move those recommendations? Do we need to read out what we've done or adopted? Are you happy to move? Councillor McDonald, Councillor Shine, seconded. All those in favour? It's carried. Item 17, which is the Development Services Planning and Environment Court Appeals and Compensation Claims for November 2020. Can I have someone move that report be adopted? Councillor McDonald and Councillor O'Shea, all those in favour? It's carried. And the item 18 is the confidential regional enforcement actions for November 2020. Can I have someone move that we accept that report? Councillor Vonhoff and Councillor McMahon, all those in favour? It's carried. And that, my friends, is the end of the meeting at 4:42, right on time.
Right on time.
Right on time. Thanks, everyone. Thank you particularly to staff who have been so beautifully patient today.